Hello guys. Welcome to the channel with me, Free Tip Scout, live on Twitch. But for the first time ever, we are also simultaneously streaming on YouTube. So a big hello to everyone that's tuning in from YouTube. This is the first time that I've streamed on two of those channels together. Our main channel that we stream on is Twitch. And so this is a little bit of an experiment to see how it goes streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I've got some new things running on the stream in the background. Is the chat working, first of all? Because right now, I don't see a single message in the chat, and I have this new kind of chat function. So is the chat working? Can somebody say something in the chat, please, to let me know that the chat's working? Yeah, as I say, this is the first time I'm doing a multi-stream, and obviously the chat's really important. So who have we got here today? Let me know in the chat, please. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cracking on. And we're going to be doing, I think, some lineup building, just some general discussion on Sorare. It is working, isn't it? Yeah, hello to Audris Finagris. Hi, man, how you doing? Yeah, this is kind of interesting because, as I say, I haven't tested this properly before. So this is literally the first time that I'm streaming to YouTube and to Twitch at the same time. Previously, you weren't able to do it. So Twitch had this this rule in place that said that you were not able to stream to multiple channels at the same time. You could only stream to Twitch, and then you had to kind of wait 24 hours. Then you could upload your stream to other platforms. But I've changed that like about a month ago. So I've been thinking about streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, it seems like it's working okay. Who else we got here in the chat? It's super quiet, really quiet. I think we'll just chill for a little bit until we get more numbers in here, and then we will crack on. How's things going, Audris Finagris? Are you ready for the weekend on Sorare? Do let me know what you're thinking about, what your focus is going to be. Also, if you're completely new to this channel, if you're new to the stream, if you've never been on here before, then we cover two games on the channel. One of them is what you can see on the screen right now, which is Sorare. And Sorare is a fantasy sports digital card game, which kind of sounds like a mouthful, but it's actually a really cool game. If you love football games, if you love card games, if you love collecting, if you love fantasy games, and it's basically all of that together into one. Really, really cool. And I'm going to give you a link if you are interested in checking it out. The link in the chat, which I'm going to post right now, there it is there in the chat. That link will give you a free card when you collect your first 5 from what's called the auctions market. I'm going to show you where the auctions market is. Just bring it up on the bigger screen here. When you jump into Sorare, you'll be presented with this kind of main game lobby. And then basically what you need to do is you need to go onto the market, and then you need to go into the auctions market. If you go into the auctions market, once you've signed up using that link in the chat, you can then collect any 5 cards of any value. So once you've basically bought your first 5, you will then be credited with a free card from Sorare. And that free card can be worth anything. It could be a 50p card. It could be a £50 card. And you can do whatever you want with that card. You can keep it. You can sell it. You can trade it for another card that you want. So if you want to give this game a try, and the name of the game is to try and build really high-performing, successful teams that can then do really well in a game week for you and then win you some great rewards, then give it a try using the link in the chat, because that will give you the best start possible. And then a little bit later, we're going to be coming over to this game called Pooky, and I'm going to give you the link for that as well. This game is all about trying to predict the correct scores across football matches. And if you are able to guess them correctly, or doesn't even have to be 100% correct, you actually win cash rewards. And if you don't get it correct, you don't lose anything. And that's a really cool game as well. And it works quite well with Pooky, with Pooky and Sorare. Hello to Sellers. How you doing, man? How's it going? I was just saying, this is the first time that we're streaming on Twitch and also YouTube simultaneously. So I don't think we've seen anyone from YouTube at the moment in the chat. And if you are here logged on from tuning in on YouTube, then do holler. Unfortunately, which is really annoying, Twitch has kind of restricted the functionality where I could combine the chat, right? So we could see people from YouTube, they could see the messages that you guys are writing on Twitch, and then vice versa. So everybody could see everybody's chat. But the way that Twitch have done it is that they've not allowed that. So I could do it, but then I'll probably end up getting banned, which is a little bit annoying. I'm good. Yourself? Got in before me. I was looking at doing the same in the next coming days, just making sure it works before I do it. Yeah, me too. It's been on my mind for a while to do it. And I was really looking at it hard on the weekend, and I was thinking, how can I do it? Is it easy to do? And then it looks really easy to do. The only, as I say, I think the only kind of annoying thing is that I want to have the chats combined so that we can see, everybody can see what's going on across different platforms. And I could do it at the click of a button, but it would basically violate the terms of service from Twitch, and then you just end up getting in trouble. So for the moment, I can see the different chats which are happening on YouTube and also on Twitch, but you guys can't see. So I'll have to try and tie it all together. Thank you to F7R_Frankie for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. And I was going to use Restream. What are you using? I'm using Restream. Yeah, I'm using Restream, man. It's really easy to set up, and it seems like it's really good as well at the moment. Restream, the free version of it is brilliant. Hopefully, when I watch this back, the stream is going to be good and it's going to run smooth, and that there's not going to be any issues between the two. But for the moment, it seems fine. Duffy says, I'm going under 21 only on Sorare from now on. How comes, man? How comes you're going under 21 only? Is it just like you're just really interested in under 23 players? You just want to be building for the future, or do you just do you feel like the values are a bit more stable there? Like, what's the reason just to now make it under 23 only? I mean, it's cool. It's really cool. I was actually doing a Football Manager save yesterday, and it's funny. I was doing a Football Manager. I started it. This was not on the stream. This was just kind of like in the evening, and I started with like a non-league kind of club in England. I think it was like, who was it? I think it was Rushall in the Vanarama North, and they have such a low budget that I wanted to try and rebuild the team, but I only had about £800 of wage budget, and I had like 5k of transfer budget. So I was thinking, how can I rebuild the team with that kind of restriction? Because this is literally no money to play with. And I started to think, well, why don't I try and rebuild the team purely under 21, but mainly under 18, which I think is going to be a bit of a crazy challenge, because if you can pick up the 17-year-olds, for example, and below in a Football Manager, then you can often get them on like a non-contract, or you get them on like a really low-paying contract. So then effectively I could rebuild the team with just 17, 18-year-olds and then just kind of see if the kids can do it. So that's what I started to do last night. I'm going to see how it goes. And if I have any success with it, I might start streaming it. But yeah, I've also been thinking the same on Sorare. I've been thinking, you know, like I have been trying to pick up under 23 players, and I have been doing it. So I've got even more under 23 players on my gallery. Like, I think in the summer, I basically had like no under 23 players really. And even though I think going forward, I'm not just purely getting under 23 players, it's going to be one of my focuses as well, just to try and get those younger players. Hi, I'm doing a save with South Shields, hometown, currently in the playoff places in National League Prem from Graham. Isn't that funny? Graham, when I was doing my Football Manager save last night, there were 3 clubs that I was looking at. Buxton was one of them. No, actually, tell a lie, there was 4. Buxton was one of them. Warrington was the other one. Rushall was the other one that that's the one that I ended up choosing. And then the other one that I was looking at was South Shields, yeah. Because I don't know anything about South Shields as the club. I don't know anything about their players. And I actually thought, you know, could be like a real good challenge to pick a like a team that's, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think is probably in FM expected to be one of the weaker teams in the division, right? Hello also to Ligma. Guys, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, we are going to be doing some lineup building. We're going to be just talking about Sorare as well. We're going to try and get our lineup sorted for the weekend. We've been doing it, and I think we've got like a good idea, but I think I now want to just finalize them today so that then they're done, and then we don't have to kind of still be building them tomorrow. Tomorrow, before the game starts, we can just basically run through them and just double check for DMP. So this is just going to be trying to finalize the lineups and then also just a little bit of scouting. We'll do some free tip scout fun coupons, of course. One of the things that I can't see at the moment, which is a little bit of an issue for me, because I do need to see it, is I wonder if I can do that now. I can't see my activity. You're probably wondering what I'm talking about.
To the real world.
So something like that with Duffy following, I need to be able to see it, and I usually have a tab on my OBS that allows me to see it, because that's really important for me, because that's so I can also see when free tip scout fun coupons are redeemed. Yeah, it's in the docs, but for some reason, so I thought it was under activity, but it's I can't see it here. So I thought it was like called activity or something. I can't see it. So what I'm probably going to have to do is I'm probably going to have to load it in by going to Twitch. Let me do that. Let me do that. Yeah, it's not there. It's not there, sellers. It usually is there, isn't it? The activity feed, but it's not there. I don't know why. It might be because I've added in a couple of extra, because when you do restream, you get a couple of extra docs, right? And so then I've put those extra docs into OBS, but for some reason it's removed the one that I need to see. So guys, I'm just going to put it on pause for a little bit, for like 2 or 3 minutes, because I'm going to need to bring in that activity. Like it's important. So yeah, just give me a second. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Right, guys, I've sorted it. A nice quick fix there. So yeah, I must have accidentally deleted it, but it's back now. So I can check all the activity and I know what's going on the stream. Who else we got in here? Hello to Sopsy as well. I have a friend needs a goalkeeper good with their feet, but also their hands. His name is Eric. I've heard this Nana guy. Oh, low blow from Sellers there. Low blow from Sellers. Honestly, I hope Fulham do Liverpool now this weekend. I hope Fulham go to Anfield and they smash Liverpool like 3-0. I'm hoping. It's not going to happen, is it? It's just not going to happen. Right. We should probably continue to line up build, shouldn't we? I think we might get something today from Sorare as well. We might get some kind of like an update. So we're going to be keeping an eye out for that today. If you guys hear of an update or if Sorare drop some change or something big in the game, then please let me know. And then we'll obviously bring it up on the stream and we'll talk about it. But yeah, I think, I might be wrong, but I think that we could be seeing something on Sorare today. Anyways, let's crack on. So we need to do some lineup building. Let's jump into Pro. What's everyone's focus for the weekend as well on Sorare? Because I know that the Premier League Winter Special, that didn't have a lot of entries in it last week in the inaugural, the opening weekend of it. And so a lot of people done quite well, even when their teams didn't do that good. Are you guys thinking that that's going to be another big focus? Or if you didn't focus on it last week, are you now thinking that you are going to try and get into the rewards? I'd like to say that I could focus on it this week, but my Luton Town team is going up against Brentford. So I think even if I focused on it with my Luton Town stack, it's probably not going to do that good. But we'll give it a go. Got to, in that, thanks to Alisson's injury. Yeah, well, now you've got Kelleher, haven't you? So having Kelleher is going to be really good. Oh, hello to Sebastian, the first chatter that we have on YouTube. So hello to Sebastian, man. He says he's got a question. Go on then, shoot with the question. And again, you guys can't see, unfortunately, the question or the message from Seb, which is really annoying. Hopefully that will change on Twitch. But yeah, for now, I can see it. So go on then, shoot with the question. Let us know what it is and we'll see if we can answer it. From Sebastian in the chat. Just whilst we're waiting for that, we will continue to line up build. So I think we're pretty good with our rare teams now. Cap 270, Cap 240, Cap 220. These look fine for me. All-star rare is fine too. Right. This is what we're going to do. We are going to do the vote here and now for the under-23 team. The under-23 team, if you don't know, this is a team that I bought, but you guys built. So essentially, it's your team. And whatever the rewards that it wins, we're going to give them away. So we really want to try and make this under-23 team super strong every single week so that it can win rewards. Because if it wins rewards, we give them away to you guys. And what we're going to do, a vote. Now, I can't run the vote on YouTube. I can't do it simultaneously. So the vote is going to be running on Twitch. So if you want to have a say in how we in how the under-23 team does, then jump over onto Twitch right now, and then you'll be able to vote as to who you want us to pick for the under-23 team. Because whoever you guys vote for, this is who we've got at the moment. And then when I asked this on Tuesday, I basically said, who are we roughly thinking for this weekend? But then I said that as every week, the day before the game week starts, so every Thursday, we will put a vote out to the community and we'll say, right, guys, who do you actually want to play in goal? Who do you actually want to play up front? Who do you want to have as the captain? And you get to vote, and whoever gets the most votes, as in whatever player gets the most votes, will then be in that team and then will then be the captain. Sebastian says, I have a Cap 240 team with a few people on different POS. different positions. The team is rare. The team can only do weekend game week. I got $940 left. I don't have any limited. What's the way to go? Get a team for the midweek, or build an awesome limited team, or build a rare team for another comp. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good question. And you've got a big budget there, man. So it's a question from Seb over on YouTube. So thank you for that, man. If I was in your position and I had $940 left, which is a lot, man. That's a lot. What I would do is I would not buy and I would not build a limited team. Okay. I don't want to shit on limited at the moment. Well, I kind of do, but I probably shouldn't. I have limited teams, right? And I have a lot of limited cards. But if I had a fresh budget today, knowing what I know now, would I buy a limited team? I probably would buy a few, but my priority would be rare and above. So I think for you, I would spend that $940 to put together a rare team, another rare team that you can do that will then help you to play in the midweek. Yeah, that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't focus on limited. $940 in the game right now is a lot. You can do a lot with that, man. And I'm pretty sure with some good scouting that you could put a good team together that will give you midweek utility. But be careful, because what you don't want to do is you don't necessarily just want to build a team purely for the midweek, because if you think about it, eventually they're not going to give you that midweek. So you want to kind of have a team that you think can do quite well and give you enough midweek utility, as in they can get quite far, say either in European competitions or targeting a league that has more matches in the midweek, as there are some leagues that do that. I think, in fact, the championship will have more midweek games, I think, in the upcoming months. So maybe that's a good one to target. But you really want to try and look at building a team that gives you midweek, but then you can also use them outside as well. So that's what I would do, man, if I was you. Here I am thinking about ROI and having fun at the same time. Well, if you want ROI and if you also want fun, I think the rare's the way to go with your budget. There's no point spending $940 on a limited. I mean, technically, with your budget, you could build a really decent rare team that has good midweek utility, and then you could actually still have money left over to then build a limited team as well. So yeah, I think you can do both if you are smart with your scouting. Right, let's do a vote. This is really important. So what we're going to do here is we are going to set up a poll, and you guys are going to vote for who you want as the goalkeeper in the under-23 team. So who is our goalkeeper in under-23 this weekend? And remember, you're not voting for me, because this is not my team. This is your team. You are voting here as to who you want in goal and who you think can give us the best chance as a community to win a reward. Because then if we win a reward, I'm going to give it away to one of you guys out there. The options that we've got are Lovro Match Kick. And we've also got Tangvik. And what we're also going to do, just to make it easy for you guys, I'm going to take everybody out here. Okay. And then what I'm going to do, you can see we've got 3 goalkeepers effectively, but Oregon Ravet doesn't count because we didn't buy him as part of this under-23 series that we're doing. He was just a card that I already had in my gallery. So it's between Mashkick and Sander Tangvik here. And what we're going to do, I'm going to bring up the under-23 team on Sorare data, because that might help you guys as well, just to look at their pick scores, their L5, L15 average scores, also their win percentages, like the stats that can help you make a bit more of an informed decision. So at the moment, Mashkick has a double A pick score. Tangvik just has an A pick score. Hello also to Football Night. How you doing, man? And you can see that Mashkick's at home. Tangvik is playing away. Mashkick is playing against a team who are in 6th place, but he has a 29% chance for a clean sheet. And he has an opponent score of 46, which kind of indicates, and if you don't know how it works, basically says that on average, goalkeepers have scored 46 against this opponent, Varisdin. Tangvik who has an L5 of 34 and an L15 of 38 in his away games, not overall, in his away games. He's playing against the fourth place team here, Viking, who are quite strong. They have a 68% chance to beat Rosenborg based on the odds there. And Tangvik has an 8% chance for a clean sheet. On average, the opponent score, as in, again, how much goalkeepers have scored on average against Viking has been 34. The advanced tab shows that Tangvik has a good matchup indicator, which is surprising, because I thought it would be the other way around. And then in terms of form, you can see that Majkic has a way higher ceiling over his last 15 home games. So he's been able to hit a score of 93, whereas Tangvik has only been able to hit a score of 61 as the highest in his last 15 away games. So hopefully that helps you. What you guys are now going to do is you're going to vote as to who you want us to pick for our under-23 team. Just bring it back to the under-23 team here. There we go. And you guys are going to have a minute to vote. You also can give yourself additional votes here on Twitch. So if you're over on YouTube, you can't vote for this. Just jump over here onto Twitch and then you'll be able to vote. And on Twitch, as you guys know, we have free Tip Scout Fund coupons, which is basically channel points on the stream. So you can win really cool rewards and benefits by collecting them and earning them here over on Twitch. If you have enough free Tip Scout Fund coupons, you can give yourselves additional votes. So maybe you see that we're voting for Tangvik and he's winning at the moment, but you think that we should be going for Majkic, then you can just give yourself more and more votes for Majkic to try and sway the vote. So you guys are going to have a minute. Please do vote, because as I say, like, this is your team and we want to try and hit as many rewards with it as we can. So we want to try and put out the best team possible. And I also want the team to be a team that's picked by the community, that's playing for the community and earning for the community, right? So you've got a minute to vote and the votes start now. I wonder how I'm going to be able to... Okay, I can see okay, I can see it in this panel here. Okay, interesting. I have to load it up. Yeah, so do vote, guys, right? I think this one's probably going to be, it's probably going to be a landslide, because I know who I would pick, and I'm looking at the results right now, as in how the voting's going, and I can see that it looks like it's going to be a landslide. We've only got 6 votes here, though. Do not be shy. Vote. It doesn't cost anything to vote. So if you're over here on Twitch and you're viewing on Twitch, then just vote, because it costs you nothing, and it can help our team to hopefully win a card reward, which then you might be able to win, because we'll then give it out. At the moment, it looks like it's an easy win, this one. Majkic wins the votes. He got 100% of the votes there, but there were only 6 votes, so please vote, guys, right? So I want this team to win for you. So Majkic has a clean sheet against Tangvik. He does, isn't he? Tangvik got no votes whatsoever. So that's a nice, easy one. So Majkic stays in the team. Right. Let's do this vote, first of all, and then that will work out for you guys who we need to then be playing. Because we could do 2 defenders, 2 midfielders, or 2 forwards, right? Our 2 defenders are Odilin Kosanu and Smolcic, okay? Our 2 midfielders are Tony Fruk and Nico Jankovic. Our 2 forwards are Christoph Lang and Kilian Corridor. So what you guys are going to vote for now is whether we should run this team with 2 defenders or 2 midfielders or 2 forwards, okay? And then whatever that vote is that will then help us, because if it's 2 defenders that we vote for, okay, we know then that we need to put in both Kosanu and Smolcic. If you guys vote for 2 midfielders, then it's obviously just going to be Tony Fruk and Jankovic. So it's a nice, easy way for us to just work out the formation, if you want to say that, even though it doesn't really feel like a formation on Sorare, but it's a nice way to work out the layout of the team. So I'm going to put a vote out for that one. How do we run the team? How do we run the team? All right, and so the options again are 2 defenders, 2 midfielders, and then two forwards. Okay, and again, you're going to have a minute to vote. You can give yourself additional votes using your Free Tip Scout Fund coupons. And again, if you're over on Twitch, then do vote. If you're not on Twitch, if you're tuning in from YouTube, then unfortunately you won't be able to vote. But if you jump over to Twitch, then you will be able to vote. Okay, here we go. You guys have a minute to vote. And again, I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to try and sway or influence the vote at all. I just want you guys to vote. And I'm watching the votes as we speak. So yeah, I'm easy with whatever we go with here. I will let you know afterwards what I would have voted for, but it's totally your call what we do here. So again, remember you are voting for whether we run with 2 defenders, 2 midfielders, or 2 forwards in the Sorare Community Under 23 team. And again, if you don't know what this team is, it's a team that's playing for you guys, not me, playing for you guys. The reason it's playing for you is that if it wins a reward, we give that reward away. We give all rewards away from this Under 23 team. We have about 5 seconds left to vote. And the winner, by a clear margin, are for 2 midfielders here. So, thank you to everyone that voted. Now we know that. What we're going to do, we're going to throw in 2 midfielders. So we have Yankovic and Fruk. They both go in then. Like that. Okay. And then we have basically another 3 votes here. The next vote will be for what defender do we go for? Is it Kosnu? Is it Smolcic? And then we have another vote after that, which is going to be for either Lang or Corridor. And then we have the really critical vote at the end, where you guys are basically going to vote for who you think should be the captain. So let's do the defender now. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how some of the stats for the 2 options, right? So which defender? And then the options are Kosunu and also Smolcic. Okay. Then what we're going to do, we're going to head over to here. We're going to throw in Mash Kick because you guys have voted for Mash Kick. We're also going to throw in Yankovic and then also Fruk. Okay, not Lang. Fruk. Okay, that one there. And then the 2 defenders that we're talking about here that we're concerned with are Kosnu and Smolcic. You can see that they both have an A pick score. They both have a good pick score. Kosnu has an L5 of 64 in his last 5 home games. So he's got a really good score average in his last 5 home games. 57 in his last 15 home games. We've also got Smolcic, who has an L5 of 48 and an L15 of 42. Smolcic is playing away, but he's playing against a team that are 5th, and they have a 42% chance to win with a 29% chance for a clean sheet. And the opponent score is pretty good for him because it's 53, but technically it's 54 because Smolcic plays as a right back. So he's got a good opponent score. Kosunu playing at home with a 58% chance to win, 29% chance for a clean sheet, so exactly the same as Smolcic, but his opponent scores are lower because, of course, it's Dortmund, and so a lot of defenders don't do that well against Dortmund because, of course, they're a very attacking team, Dortmund. If we look at the advanced tab here, you'll see that Smolcic has a -3 matchup indicator, and Kosnu has a -4, so there's not much of a difference really on the matchup indicator. And then if you look at the form tab, you'll see that Smolcic's ceiling in his last 15 is 62.54, and Kosnu's hit a massive score. So he's been able to deliver one score, or maybe at least one score of 94.92, so he's got a really big ceiling. So you guys are going to vote right now. Again, if you're on YouTube, you can't vote, but jump over to Twitch and you will be able to. Hey, was in a call. The beauty of YouTube, you can pause and then just play. So I heard everything you said. Oh, it's pretty cool. But isn't Championship players super expensive as a midweek plus other utility usage? They are, but also they have more games that they play in a season. because the championship games, they play 46 games as a basic. And then if you choose players from a team that are then playing in the playoffs, then they also count too. So you get a lot of good utility from championship players. And then if they end up staying in the championship, that's great, because that's kind of better than them getting promoted. It's just a really good league to target. Was thinking about getting Backman as a goalkeeper cheap, 28 to 29 years old, captain for Watford, and has, utility for 4 to 5. Yeah, I think he's a good option. I do. It's a good goalkeeper, good age. I think also Backman, wasn't he kind of part of the Austrian team? I don't think he's been a goalkeeper for the Austrian team, but I think he was part of the setup, wasn't he, Backman, for a bit? Good goalkeeper, good player to look at. Right. You guys ready for the vote? Who's ready to vote? Who is ready to vote here? Because this is a good vote, and this is a difficult one. You have to pick between Kosanu and Smolcic. So, yeah, who's ready to vote here? I think Libra is. Is 466 USD worth it? You believe it is, yeah? Let's go. Let's do it. So, guys, you're going to vote for whether we pick Kosanu or Smolcic in the under-23 community team. You've got a minute to vote, and the vote starts now. And again, I'm not going to influence the vote here. I'm going to leave you guys to work out what you think is the right one. If we pick Smolcic, then we have a stack going on with Rijeka. If we don't, then we have Kosanu, who's playing at home, which is fine as well. So whatever you guys want to do, whoever gets the most amount of votes, we will honor it, and we will then pick them. Just notice you're also streaming on YouTube. Good call. Yeah, I am. This is the first stream that I've done where I'm simultaneously streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Yeah. Sebastian here, wanted to join everybody else, felt alone. Yeah, probably there's not many guys at the moment that are jumping on the YouTube. So yeah, I love that Seb has just moved over to Twitch here. This is our main channel that we stream from, but going forward, we are going to be streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So in the future, hopefully there would be more people over on YouTube. But yeah, I have to say, I felt like, I was only seeing Seb from YouTube, and I did feel a bit sorry for you being on your own there, man, on YouTube. So welcome to the party over on Twitch, and thank you for the follow as well, Seb. Welcome to the dark side, yeah. Right, guys, you voted for Smolcic. Smolcic got 75% of the votes, and Kosanu got 25% of the votes. So thank you to everyone that voted. We are now going to pick Smolcic. He goes straight into our under-23 team there. And then let's put him in here as well. So Smolcic can come in there. So we've got one more position to pick. This is between Christoph Lang and Killian Corridor. So this is an interesting one, because Corridor's not actually been in the best run of form, but when he plays at home, he has an incredible form at home. His L5, his last 5 games at home, he's registered a score of 62, and his last 15 games at home, he's registered an average score of 53. He's going up against a team who are 11th at the moment, and he is playing for a team that's 9th. They have a 51% chance to win, and he has a 23% chance for 3 goals scored, and his opponent score is really good. It's an average of 54, but whoever's played as a right forward against this opponent has usually averaged around 73, which is massive. Christoph Lang, we know he's been in incredible form at the moment. He's literally been the type of player where if he hasn't scored or had any type of goal involvement, it's been a surprise, because he's just been so prolific and so consistent. He has very similar L5 and L15 averages with Killian Corridor. And again, this is for him away. So this is the averages for Killian Corridor when he plays at home. this is the averages for Lang when he plays away from home, and he is playing away to Austria Klagenfurt. He has a 40% chance to win the team, and then a very similar odds for 3 goals scored in that game with Corridor at 22%. His opponent's score is 47. The right forward who plays against his opponent will tend to average around 59. In the advanced tab here, you can see that the matchup indicators are very similar. Look, Killian Corridor has a matchup indicator of 7. Lang has a matchup indicator of 6. So there's really nothing in this at all. And then form-wise, wow. Look at this here. This is so tight. Like, Corridor has an average AA of 7.3. Lang has an average AA of 8. And then the median is 49 for Corridor, 44 for Lang, which indicates that Corridor has actually been a little bit more consistent. He's had less wild swings. And then the floors are very similar, and then the ceilings are very similar. So Corridor has posted a score of 90.7 in his last 15 away games, and then Lang has posted a score of 96.1 in his last... Sorry, Corridor's posted a score of 90.7 in his last 15 home games, and then Lang has posted a score of 96.1 in his last 15 away games. So this is going to be a tricky one, but you guys are going to vote for it right now, and then whoever you vote for will then be our forward that we play this week in the under-23 team. So let me put the vote out for you. Do you have some good player shouts from Championship that is a good price? So the thing that we do here on the stream, Seb, is if you click on the little potato icon that you can see in the chat bar, that will bring up the free Tip Scout Fund coupons, right? And then when you've earned enough free Tip Scout Fund coupons, you can then redeem them for what's called a Find a Player. And so then what that Find a Player does is it then means that I will give you time on the stream where I will then find you a few players, hence Find a Player. And you tell me what budget you've got, what scarcity you need them in, what leagues you're thinking of, and I'll then find players for you live on the stream. We don't do it without the Find a Players being used, because you can imagine that if we had, say, like 100 people on here, we could have 100 people all asking the same thing, and then I wouldn't be able to help anyone. So yeah, just use the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. I can't remember how much are the Find a Players. I can't even remember. I can't remember how much they are. Ordinarily, I'd be able to have a little look on the chat. Can I have a look on the chat? How much is the... I have to ask the chat. How much are the Find a Players now? I can't remember. I usually have it in my streaming software where it shows me, but as I mentioned, I'm streaming on YouTube at the same time, so it's removed some things from me. I can't see that information. Is it 5K? Is it 5K? Okay, cool. If you don't have enough mats, I can redeem one for you. Yeah, you can do that too, but yeah. Try if you can to just try and earn it yourself. But yeah, that's why we have cool community, that we have individuals like Similicate that's willing to kind of like offer it out. It's pretty cool. Anyways, the vote. Let's get the vote going. Okay, so which forward do we do for under 23? And then the options here are Corridor and then Lang. Okay, you guys have a minute. You guys have a minute to vote. You can give yourself more votes with the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. Whatever player gets the most amount of votes is going to be the player that we then play in our under 23 team that will be winning and hopefully winning rewards for you guys that we can then give out. So get voting. The vote is live right now. Get voting in the chat. And again, I'm not going to influence the vote. I'm totally cool with whoever you pick here. So I'm actually just quite interested to see who you guys are going to be picking, because I think it's a little bit, it's not so straight cut, this one, I don't think, because one player's away, one player's at home, but they both do pretty much the same home and away. Can I do a Find a Player and show me your money at the same time? You can do a Find a Player and show me the money at the same time, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, if you're wondering why you can't redeem the Find a Player at the moment, I usually open up the free tip Scout Fund coupons kind of in the second half of the stream. So usually around like 3 p.m. UK time, we'll then kind of open up a load of them, and then you guys can start to redeem them, and then we can actually just start to dedicate time on the stream to kind of do the stuff for you. Oh wow! Would you look at this here, guys? We've got a tiebreaker. I told you this one was not easy. So we have a tiebreaker right now as to who we're going to pick as a forward for our under 23 community team. Corridor received 6 votes and Lang received exactly the same amount of votes. So we need to do a tiebreaker vote. If it's another tiebreak for the tiebreaker vote, then I get the final say. So then I can just basically pick whoever. And I don't want to do that, right? Don't let me pick. I don't want the pressure. I don't want the responsibility to pick. I want you guys to pick this team. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do another vote. Corridor really did come back, didn't he? We're going to do another vote there. Okay. The tiebreaker. Thank you also to Nico for the follow, man. Welcome into the channel. Right. So tiebreaker. And again, it's going to be Corridor or Lang. Okay. Corridor or Lang. Remember, we can't have another tiebreaker. If we have another tiebreaker, then I get the power to choose whoever. And I don't want to do that. I want you guys to pick. I want you guys to determine who goes into this one. I know it's a difficult vote. It is. It's Corridor or Lang. And they're both got really good fixtures. And they could both do really good. So, yeah, I'm going to give you another minute to vote. And again, give yourself additional votes. So if you really feel like it should be Lang, or if you really feel like it should be Corridor, just use your free Tip Scout Fund coupons to give yourself an additional vote. And then that will also mean that we shouldn't get another tiebreaker. We shouldn't, in theory. There we go. The vote's live. So get voting, guys. Yeah, Corridor at home, says Sopsy. Nico, hey, good afternoon. At least it's afternoon here in Italy. Hello to you, man. How's it going? What's the weather like in Italy at the moment? What type of winter do you get over in Italy? Because, you know, like when you think about Italy, everyone just thinks that it's nice and sunny and hot all the time. Do you get snow? You don't get snow, do you? Over in Italy during winter. Maybe you do in some parts, right? Like, I don't know where you are in Italy, but what are the winters like over there? Are they a little bit like Spain, where they're quite kind of mild? Is it mild weather? How's the voting going as well? Right now, it's pretty cold and rainy. Snow is still a mirage. Love it. Pretty much the same here then in England. It's a mirage. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. A completely different set of results here in the tiebreaker. So for the first round of voting, to see whether we could get a winner here, initially it was a tiebreak where Corridor and Lang had exactly the same amount of votes. We've now got a clear winner here. Corridor has been voted for. 71% of the votes. 14 votes in total. So thank you to everyone that voted for this one. Lang got smashed out the water. Lang is no longer. Sopsy contributed 3,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So Sopsy really wanted that Corridor in our under 23 team. So thank you for that, Sopsy. So Corridor's the guy. So what we're going to do is we need to go back in here. Let's go back into the actual lineup. We're now going to put Killian Corridor in there. Okay. So at the moment, this is how the team is looking on Sorare data with a score of 66, which is pretty impressive. What we now need to do is we now need to think about and vote, and this is the crucial vote here. We now need to vote who is going to be the captain this weekend for the community under 23 team. Because the captain is so important now in Sorare. It's always been important, but now it's even more important because if you don't get the captain right on Sorare, it can be incredibly difficult then to win a reward, even if everybody else does well. So this is the crucial vote. I'm going to put a new poll up here. Who is the under 23 captain this weekend? Okay. And the options are going to be Mash Kick, Smolcic, Yankovic, then Fruk, and then last but not least, it's going to be Corridor as well. Now, because this is quite an important vote, I'm actually going to give you guys 2 minutes to vote. If you are tuning in from YouTube, you won't be able to vote. But if you jump over to Twitch right now, you will get an opportunity to vote. And voting's important. It's in your interest to vote because if this team wins a card award, we'll give that card award away. So we want you guys to pick a good team. I voted Lang myself for a kit. I think Tony Fruk could be a pretty good captain considering his form and matchup. He's done decisives quite often. If you think so if you think really that somebody's going to be a really good captain, then please do vote. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to vote right now because it's kind of an important one. And again, you can give yourself additional votes. So maybe you see that the goalkeeper is being given loads of votes and he's actually winning the vote, and you just don't understand why the goalkeeper's winning. You can change it. You can shape the destiny of this vote by using your free Tip Scout Fund coupons to sway the vote. So, guys, get involved. Whoever you pick as the captain, we'll lock in our captain for the weekend. We will not change it after this. This vote is going to be binding. So, please think about it carefully and do vote. And then we will see who's going to be our captain for this weekend. So, away we go. Away we go. And I'm totally cool with whoever you captain here, right? I mean, it's your team. They're playing for rewards for you. So if you want this team to really win a reward, and try to pick somebody that you think from the screen here and from our team, you think has the best chance of scoring the best, basically. Once we've got that vote locked in, I will then show you what the score is for that under 23 team on Sorare data. And then hopefully the team can win a reward. What's the, okay, we can't see the average at the moment until we lock in a captain. When we do, we're going to see what the average score is needed in under 23 to hit those rewards, because we've had a good go at it recently and we've been a little bit short of just hitting a card reward. I think like last week we just missed out on a card reward by about 19 points. So this team is there or thereabouts, but yeah, we've only won one card reward so far. And I think since we've rebuilt this team, since we rebuilt it, I think that was when we won the card award, I think. Can't remember. How's the voting going? How is it going? Guys, do vote. Do vote. If you're over on Twitch and you're watching the stream right now, then you all have a vote. It costs you nothing to vote, and it will decide what we're going to do here. If we have a tiebreaker, we have to do another vote. So let's find out what's going to happen here. Perfect. Okay, so you guys, 55% of you, it was quite close actually. It was really close between Fruk and Yankovic, and right at the end, there were a couple of extra votes which just swayed it to Fruk. So Fruk wins with 55% of the vote, and then Yankovic comes in second with 45%. There were no votes whatsoever for Majkic, Smolcic, or Corridor. I'm really surprised that there were no votes for Corridor. So Fruk and Yankovic were the two standout options, and Fruk gets the vote. So as Samilicate said, Fruk it. We're going for Fruk. So let's close that down. Let's close that down. Let's give the captaincy to Fruk. And then it means that our under 23 team on Sorare this weekend has a score of 69, which I think is pretty good, right? It's pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's pretty good. If you look at the players here, they've all got really good pick scores. They've actually got pretty good fixtures as well with high win rate percentages. So this team could do well. Why can we not see the average? It's a bit weird, no? Usually you can see the average here as to the prize pool and how much you need to win something. A bit weird. Don't know why it's not like that. It is like that, but yeah. So this is our team. Frook is the captain. Confirm that. Continue. Right. Let's go down here. Where we at? Under 23. Okay. This is our team for the under 23 competition this weekend in Sorare. And it's your under 23 team. You guys have picked the team. And you've also picked the players as well when we went out and bought them. So what do we reckon? What does the chat reckon? Is this a win this weekend or is this a loss this weekend? Is it a hit or a miss? Type win or loss or hit or miss in the chat. Whatever one you think, whether you think this is going to do well or not. Let me know in the chat. All on Rijeka. It really is, isn't it? All on Rijeka. If Rijeka have a shocker, then like this team's going to be in the bin very quickly. If they don't have a shock, if they do really well, then this team has a great chance of winning. But I think a lot of it, all of it comes down to Rijeka, I think. High SS. Very quiet in the chat. What do you reckon, guys? It's a question for everyone. Is this team that you voted for, is this team going to hit a card award or not? Is it going to miss a card award? I think we're going to need to hit around 350 points minimum to try and hit a card award. So can this team, do you think this team hits 350 points? I'm going to tell you right now, I think that this weekend we can win a card award. I think this team can do it. Personally, I think we can. I think we've gone too many game weeks with near misses, and I think that now we can finally do it. What do you guys think? Is the chat still working? I mean, I'm very anxious because this is obviously the first time I've multi-stringed, and so when I don't know whether the chat is going to run into problems or not with the new software that I'm using. So yeah, like when I'm not seeing anything in the chat, it's making me think, oh God, is there something going on? Stopsy said, okay, hit and a miss at the same time. A hit and a miss at the same time. How can it be a hit and a miss at the same time? Hiss. What do you guys think? Like, seriously, what do you guys think? Is this a good team or is this not a good team? You guys have voted for it. Do you think it can win? I'm going to say hit. I think it can do it this weekend. But I'd love to know what you guys think. If you don't think it can hit, a card award, why do you not think it can hit a card award? Like, where do you think what do you think is going to let it down this weekend? Next 2 weekends will be better for the Rijeka boys. I'm not sure about Osijek away. Yeah, a few other people mentioned that on Tuesday. Because they were saying that Osijek away is a little bit tricky. And I think it probably is a little bit tricky. Because Osijek are actually pretty good. But I think the Rijeka can still come out on top on that one. Unless they go there and they have a shocker. Like they have a really bad day in the office. I wouldn't expect Osijek to beat Rijeka. These teams you ain't that confident with can bang. That's true. Yeah. It's always the teams where you think, oh, it's probably not going to do that great, is it? And you almost just forget about it. You set it and forget it, and you think, yeah, that's not a high priority team. It's probably not going to do anything. and then it's those teams which actually end up winning you All-Star or just smashing you a mad reward, isn't it? Right. Let me take a quick breather. I'm going to be back in 1 minute, guys. So don't go anywhere. Stay connected. And then when we come back, we'll continue to line up build for the weekend. Right, guys, we're back. God, my hair's all over the place, isn't it? Bad hair day. All right. Shalia Denny. Right, guys, we're back. God, my hair's all over the place, isn't it? Bad hair day. Bit of a bit of an echo there. Right, sorted that out. Long time no see, bro, says Shaila Deniraneko. Yeah, I feel like we've not seen you in the chat in a very long time, man. Where have you been? What have you been up to? What have you been up to? We've not seen you in a while. Welcome back, though. Thank you for jumping in. I didn't play for 1 year. You didn't play Sorare for 1 year. Oh my God. I think that's probably like one of the longest breaks that I've heard about. Well, how comes you didn't play for a year, man? Didn't win a single thing, so I gave up. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that you kind of gave up, but I'm also happy that you're back. What brought you back? Is it just because you like the game? Anyway, so you thought, you know what, let's just try again. You didn't win a thing. I can't believe you didn't win a thing, man. We're going to help you win. We're going to help you. I'm glad you're back. I'm really glad you're back, man. It is fun playing Sorare, right? But it's obviously not that fun when you're playing and then you're losing all the time or you're not winning. I had a few kind of more than a few game weeks. I had a few game weeks consecutively where I wasn't winning anything. I put a lot into Sorare. I was like putting a lot into the scouting, into the researching of the games. It wasn't happening. I wasn't winning, and I was getting so frustrated because it was taking a lot of the fun away from me. And I think that for me personally, if I was in a situation where I wasn't winning anything, then I probably would have done the same. But now you're back. Jump on the streams as much as you can, and we'll try and help you as much as we can, man. So whether it be around scouting or lineup building, if you've not played for a year, then we have quite a good process in place now, which enables us to win quite consistently. So just follow along, try and apply what we do on the stream to like your own teams and that, and then you should be able to win. Like now you're back. Like what are the competitions that you're going to be playing in? Hopefully I win something. Do we have we do have a Discord, yeah. If you want the Discord, just type in ! and then Discord, and then it will bring up the link for you to join the Discord. You do need to be a sub on the Twitch channel to join the Discord because it's a sub-only Discord. But it's worth it. And then you can chat with me as well off stream, and I can help you if you've got any questions or anything like that. So yeah, just type in ! I think I can do it actually just to show you like that. There we go. Just type that in. Type that in there. Only common ones, don't have a card yet to buy some limited ones. That's okay. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, it's probably really good timing that you're now back because they have made the commons only kind of for beginners or only for managers that have like say less than 10 cards. So if you have less than 10 cards that you own on Sorare, like the proper cards, so like limited and above, then you'll be able to compete in the amateurs, and then actually you'll have a better chance of winning in the amateurs than you did like a year ago. All right, cool. So let's continue to lineup build. And again, if you're tuning in from YouTube, then do say hello. Do say hello because this is the first time ever that I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I can see both chats as well. Like, if you're wondering why you can't see what's going on in the chat, say on YouTube, it's because only I can see it. But get involved as much as you can. Right, second div. Second div. We kind of went through this yesterday, and I think I have a good idea about what the team is going to be. And you joined, did you? Thank you so much for joining, man. Really appreciate it. So this is a competition that we are entering, but we are not entering like a super strong team, which probably sounds like a bit weird. You're thinking, like, why enter a team that's not super strong? The reason we're not entering a super strong team is that if we put all of our best players in here, it's unlikely that our best players are actually going to help us in this competition to a card reward, because second division is so competitive, and you need usually to be getting kind of like 370, 380. Like last weekend, you needed about 380 points to get a tier 5. A tier 5, a card worth 40p, you needed to get 380 points. It's insane. It's so difficult. And so if you think about it, if you put your best players in there and they end up getting 380, just to win a tier 5. It feels like a waste of your best players where you could put them in, like, say, a cap 240 to then give you $5, right? If they hit 280 points rather than 380 points. Or you could put them in, for example, All-Star, and they could probably do better in All-Star. So when I kind of look at second div, I'm trying to put in players that maybe I don't want to use in other competitions that are still strong enough in this competition to give us an outside chance of winning something. How is your Manchester United Galatasaray rivals? You know what? It's so interesting that you've asked me that. I haven't even looked at it. I mean, I'm glad you asked me because I completely forgot about it. But this is for me what Rivals has become for me, where I just set a team and I forget about it. And I had completely forgot that I'd even entered. I haven't even looked at it. I don't even know how they've done. I joined Rivals the other day. I like it. I'd love to hear that, man. Love to hear that you're loving it, enjoying it. Let me know if you're still enjoying it, though, next week or the week after that. I do feel like it's a game mode where it can get pretty mundane pretty quickly. That's for me anyway. But I love to hear that you are enjoying it at the moment. Definitely it will be good for new players. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, it will be good for new players. We go into the Rivals here because Football Night asked me how did I get on. I can't remember. I didn't even look. How can I find my previous lineup here? Okay, this is a little bit bizarre. My lineups probably. There we go. That would help, wouldn't it? Go into my lineups, then Rivals, and there we go. So we only won one of our 11 challenges. Anana kind of absolutely had a shocker, didn't he? We also captained Dalot. I don't know why we captained Dalot. We weren't really thinking about it. We'd done it like on the stream and we'd done it in 2 minutes and I didn't really care about it. But if I'd have been spending more attention and time, then Fernandez would have been way better to captain. 100%. Do I need limited cards to play Rivals? No, you don't. No. You can just play with, it's free to play. It's a free to play mode that is trying to entice new people to join Sorare. Yeah. And then if you do have like a limited card, it gives you an extra bonus, but you don't need them to play it. The only way you can play it is with an invite. And so you need an invite from somebody to play. I've already used up my invite for this week. I gave it out a few days ago. Look for my tweet on Twitter next week, where I'll basically publish another invite, and it's like first come, first served. Yeah, first come, first served on that. A lot of things have changed, yeah. A lot of good changes as well. There have been a lot of good changes in Sorare. There's also been a lot of things that haven't changed that do need to change. So, like, the problem with the supply and demand is still there in the game. The rewards are still not really properly fixed, in my opinion. There's a lot of, like, just annoying, silly things with the user interface and with how you can kind of navigate the game that still aren't right, but they are improving it. Communication has been improved a lot. It probably since you were playing it, because the communication was poor, and it's always been one of Sorare's downsides, the communication. But they've actually been improving it a lot, and so it's getting a lot better. And I have to say that recently they've been great on the communication side, because that's often been probably the bigger frustration, or one of the biggest frustrations for managers playing Sorare, is that Sorare just used to disappear. You know, like they used to say, this is coming, or this is an update, and then they literally just used to disappear. It used to just be like complete radio silence, and then they would never communicate. on the small things as well, like regularly just checking in and keeping in touch with the community. They would just disappear. And it was so frustrating because like people would be like, what's going on? You don't talk, you don't say anything. We're not seeing any changes, even if they were probably really busy. So they've made a lot of improvements there, which for me, even though there's been loads of improvements, right, with the game itself, the thing that I'm most happy with is the communication from Sorare, because that was my biggest bugbear, the fact that they were just so bad at communicating. Yeah, bro, I remember last year, I mean this year, but in January, a friend of mine we were playing this so much and it was fun as fuck. Now I suppose it's even better. Yeah, it is good, man. But there's a lot of things to wrap your head around. So yeah, if you've not looked at this in a year, then yeah, it will be like approaching a new game again, pretty much, because it's very different from what it looked like a year ago. Right, let's keep lineup building though. Be on the stream as much as I can. Thank you, man. You know you're always welcome. Everyone's always welcome, right? So just jump on the streams as much as you can, and you'll discover that you'll find and learn so much that you can apply, and it will help you for your lineups. I guarantee you, in fact, I guarantee you, right? This is a promise, right? If you jump on these streams for as much as you can, so try and jump on, we're live daily from Sunday through to Friday. If you can jump on like the streams every day or even just 3 times a week, right? I promise you that within a month, you will win a reward. And you said that last year, you didn't win anything. Jump on these streams. I promise you within a month, you'll easily win something. Easily. You'll pick up so much from these streams that will help you to do it. And that's, if you haven't won anything in a month, then I'll just give you a limited card. I'll give you one. So then actually you kind of won. It's win-win, right? But I promise you, that's how confident I am of the stuff that we go through on the streams that can help you, that if you jump on regularly enough, right? And I need to see you on the streams as well. So jump in and say hi in the chat and whatnot, so I know you're in the streams. If after a month you haven't won anything, I will just send you, I'll send you a card that will help you to win. Right. Hello also to Mohammed Boudir. Hello to you, man. He's the, we've got somebody in from YouTube. So hello to you, buddy. If it's looking a bit lonely over in the chat on YouTube, it's because it's the first time that we've streamed on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So like the main channel that I stream on is Twitch. So everybody knows that that's where I stream mainly. But yeah, and that's why the chat is really lively in Twitch, but it's not so lively at the moment in YouTube. But thank you for jumping in, man. How's things going for you, Mohammed? How are you doing? And how are you getting on Sorare? Also, what's up to Pappy Escobar Official? What a cool name that is. Hello to Pappy Escobar Official. Thank you for jumping in. Right, you're probably wondering what we're doing here. Oh, he's your best friend. Oh, I see. So, what, Pappy Escobar is your best friend that you were playing Sorare with a year ago. So you're both back. Okay, cool. Very cool. Thank you for jumping in, guys, honestly. Really cool to see you both back in here. What we're going to keep doing is lineup building. So, yeah, second div we were talking about. Okay, right. So, second div, we were saying that we don't want to put a heavy hitting team in here, but we want to put a team in here that we think can have a good chance of maybe getting a card award. This is probably going to be the team. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take everybody out and we're going to look at it with fresh eyes again. So I have 3 goalkeepers, but technically 2, because we have 2 Mark Martinez's. Mark Martinez, to be honest with you, I would prefer to play in here over Florian Kastenmeier. Kastenmeier is almost a little bit too good of a goalkeeper to be wasting in second div Europe, because what I mean by that is that if we put him in here and he does really well, like maybe he gets a score of 70, 80, it's unlikely that is still going to give us a reward that's going to be worth putting in a player that gets a score of 70, 80. I'd prefer to play a player like him in All-Star because he has that level of scoring that can help us to like way better rewards than what he can in second div. So why am I looking to play Florian Kastenmeier? Well, one of our Mark Martinez is this one here, which is in Cap 240. This is like another series that we run on the channel called SO5er, and it means that we have a team of 5 that we built for around £25 that we have to play in Cap 240 every single game week to try and hit the threshold. And then when it hits the threshold, I give all 5 of those players away to you guys, right? To subscribers on the Twitch channel. So Mark Martinez, that one there in Cap 240, we can't take out. We have to keep him in Cap 240. This other one that I have, I need to use him in Cap 220 rare. We did look at another, well, do I need to use him in Cap 220 rare now? I don't know if I do. I don't know if I do. Because initially, in Cap 220 rare, we were playing Tascaran in Cap 220 rare. Where are we playing Tascaran now? Are we playing him in Challenger? Yeah. We're playing him in Challenger. Technically, we could play Sander Tangvik in here, and then we could take Tascaran out, and then we could put Tascaran in Cap 220 rare, and then put Mark Martinez in Cap 220 rare. No, Mark Martinez, sorry, in second div. Right. We need to figure out what we're going to do there. As in, like, what competition do we want to try and prioritize for a reward? Because at the moment, having Tascaran in this team, which I think is pretty strong, by the way, it gives us a really good chance to hit a reward in Challenger. If we took Tascaran out and we put Tangvik in, then we're probably going to kiss goodbye to a card war in Challenger Europe. Because Tangvik is probably going to get a negative decisive. He's probably going to concede 3 goals. So we need to figure out, do we want to try and prioritize scoring like a reward in here, or do we want to try and do it in All-Star? Because if we want to do it in All-Star, then we need to kind of change things up. Quite like your challenge. Yeah, the challenge is good, isn't it, Similar K? That's why I'm thinking, do I want to... I almost don't want to sabotage the Challenger because I think it's good. Our All-Star at the moment is not complete, but our All... Well, we would put... Oh, that's another thing. Oh, that's another thing. We could put Christoph Lang. We could put Christoph Lang in All-Star, or we could put him in Challenger. We might take George Cox out and then leave Marvin Martins in. This is tricky. I think that we need to keep Tascaran in here because now that we have Lang, because we're not using him in under 23, I obviously want to then use Christoph Lang here. But then I also think that or we just play Anti-Esseg in All-Star. I had Tascaran 1 year ago, bro. When I bought him then, he got injured. Yeah, I've had him for a while as well. All depends if you're likely to get reward after the monthly, in my opinion. It's true, yeah. It's also a good point. This is a good team. This is a good team. Yeah. So there's a few, you're probably wondering what I'm doing. There's a few things that we could do here. There's a few repercussions where if we took out Tascaran, we could put Tangvik in here. But if we put Tangvik in here, I think that he could actually end up costing us a card ward in Challenger Europe, because I think that all four of these guys here are good enough and have decent fixtures where they could score really well. But then Tangvik just has an absolutely awful fixture, as in, like, we need to avoid it like the plague. It's that bad. And so by putting in Tangvik here, we're basically going to ruin this team's chance to hit a card award, I think. Whereas if we have Tascaran, I'm not saying that Tascaran will keep a clean sheet, but I think that Tascaran has a better chance of not conceding 3 goals at home to Konyaspor, because Konyaspor just don't go and score 3 goals away from home, whereas Viking at home can easily score 3, if not 4 goals at home. They're very strong. So put Lang in, we take Anti-Essig out, then we put Anti-Essig in All-Star. We leave the captaincy, I think, on Luke Browers. And we leave George Cox in with a home game against Svol. And then Marvin Martins with a home game against Lask, which is a little bit tricky, but it's Marvin Martins. How much did you spend on Sorare? Too much, really. Too much to say publicly. I don't know. A lot. To be honest with you, I've put a lot into the game to fund giveaways though. So I've given away, since I've been playing Sorare for 2 years, I've given away about £3,000+ worth of cards. I'm not kidding. Like at least £3,000 worth of cards over the last 2 years. So, you know, I've put 3,000 in alone just for the giveaways, right? And then I've also put in like money for my actual teams. But yeah, I'm not in profit, because if you put £3,000 in to then fund giveaways and you give them away, then you're already £3,000 down, right? And then with the prices of cards that I've just been struggling for the last 2 years to maintain, I'm not in a profit, but it's okay. It's all good. Right. So Tascaran stays in. Does George Cox stay in? I think he probably does, but we want to check it. We have Florent Hadishnai, which would give us a defensive stack, but Hadishnai doesn't actually tend to start. So we wouldn't play him. Gartenman's very good, but this is not a good fixture for him. Bart's decent, but he's got a home game against Ajax, which is an avoid. Don't want to play Pappy because we're already playing him in Cap 240. Rare. Stojkovic, I don't think so. Against Austria Vienna, I'd prefer to play Austria Vienna defender at home than a last defender away. Plus, he's also playing midweek as well, so he's going to be pretty tired. Yeah. George Cox stays in. Luke Browers, I think, is going to stay in here. I think Luke Browers is one of our best midfielders and challenger for this weekend. What I'd actually like to do is I'd like to see, and we're going to do it now. I want to see what this team scores in the lineup builder. Yeah, to be honest with you, Similike, I think that's probably quite conservative as well. I think it's a lot more than that, but I know that it's a minimum of $3,000 that I've given away. Yeah, a lot. But it's cool, right? It's helped us to grow this community, and I know that I've helped lots of people in the game, so yeah. Let's go back here. Challenger. Right, Challenger Europe. Current lineup. Suggest a lineup. Okay, it's saying Lang. It's also saying George Cox. It's then saying Yankovic and Majkic, who we can't play because we're playing in under 23. So then when we say next, what's the next best option? It gives us Taskran. What's the next best option instead of Yankovic? Then it's Luke Browers. This is looking good, isn't it? And then it's telling us to put Miguel Cardoso in, which I kind of get because he's in good form, but he's got a really horrible fixture that we would just never do. Who would it suggest after him? Tony Frick, who we can't play because he's in under 23. Nawakali, we can't play him because we're giving him away a few days ago. And then Biaki, but we wouldn't play Biaki because he's got a horrible fixture there. We are looking to play Biaki in Cap 220 though. And then it says Matteo Maric actually. I get why it's telling me to play Matteo Maric though. Where is where is he? Where's Marvin Martins here? Is he injured? He's not suspended for this next game, is he? That might be why he's not getting a good good score. Yeah, he was suspended for this game. How much have you guys spent on Sorare? That's a question that I got asked. How much have you guys spent on Sorare? And are you up or are you down with your investment on Sorare? Yeah, there's Marvin Martins at 90%. This is a difficult game for them. Jonas Handel, Marvin Martins, a good back line. Okay. I actually think that if we put Marvin Martins in here, and then we have the captaincy for Luke Browers instead of Christoph Lang, it's a score of 61. It's not bad. 0, but I want to go in a few weeks for at least one good lineup. I would spend like 50 euros. With 50 euros, you can definitely put a good lineup together for that. A very good lineup together in limited. The prices in Sorare compared to when you played a year ago are crazy. You can buy rare cards for 70p. Rare cards. You can buy rare cards for 70p. How nuts is that? You couldn't buy rare cards for 70p a year ago. You can buy rare cards for 70p today. Yeah, this team's good. Let's confirm it. What do we reckon, guys? Is that team going to hit a card reward or not? I think that team should be able to hit a card reward. It should be able to. Got good fixtures, good players. I'd like to think it can do well. Is it a hit or a miss? What do you reckon? Oh, Challenge Europe. We haven't even looked at the prize pool, to be honest with you. So we need to finish in the top 870. Ideally, we don't want to finish between 605 and 870. We want to try and finish around here if we can. And above. We want to try and get a tier 3. If you're winning a tier 4, tier 5 in limited, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Tier 4s are worth about £1, £2. Tier 5s are like 40p. Tier 3s are worth around £7, £8. You can get some which are less, but if you get a good position in the rankings, then you can get a good tier 3 usually. I did mention recently if you're kind of winning anything less than a tier 2 in limited, then it's probably going to be quite underwhelming. But I would take a tier 3. If we get a tier 4, tier 5, it's not going to be that great. It's not going to feel that great. It's probably going to be a card that we would still use though, but I want to try and win some more significant rewards. So Yeah. Thank you also to MC Foot 123 for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Pabby Escobar reckons it's hitting. £250. Wish I was starting now. Would go rare, not limited. Now stuck as can't sell anything. Yeah. Hello also to Italian Cafu. Hello, man. How you doing? Welcome back into the channel. Yeah. I'm the same with Sopsy. If I was starting today, I wouldn't even touch limited. I wouldn't touch it. If you gave me money, if I was starting today, and you said, here's £300 of my own money, go and buy some players on Sorare, I would not touch limited if you paid me. I wouldn't touch it. That's the state of limited right now. It's a very good scarcity to get involved in to start with, funny enough, to start learning the game. It is not a good scarcity to try and win rewards and to try and get a good return on investment. It's just not. Like limited threshold, it's technically not true, right? What I just said is technically not true. If you put £50 into the game and you bought a limited team for Cap 240, that would be a good investment because then you'd be able to recoup the full investment of £50 very quickly because you'd be able to hit the threshold very regularly. But if you're not playing Cap 240 in limited and you're playing Challenger and Second Div and Under 23, and if you are not winning tier 2s and above regularly, it's not a good investment of time or money. And I can't believe I've just said that. I didn't think that I would ever say that about Sorare and limited, but it's true. It's true. It's just not. If you're winning tier 3s, tier 4s, tier 5s, they're okay. If you're purely interested in just expanding your collection, right? Maybe you don't have loads of players, so you don't mind that winning a tier 5 that's 40p because you just have another card that's an option, right? That then just helps you to put more lineups out. But when you're at the point where you have a gallery and a decent sized gallery and you don't actually need any more players to help you with building more teams, you're just more interested in winning rewards then, and you're interested in the reward value, then the limited competitions are just not where it's at all. Hello to Steven. Hello, man. Welcome back into the channel. How are you doing, Steven? Did you watch that United game last night? I didn't. Thankfully, I didn't. You know why I didn't watch the United game last night? Last night, I was trying to figure out and teach myself how that I could stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So right now, we're live on YouTube and we're also live on Twitch. So hello to everyone on YouTube, as this is the first time that I've ever streamed to YouTube, like full stop. And this is the first time that I've ever done a multi-stream, right? And yeah, I was thinking that I should watch the game, the Man United game, but I also just needed to get my head wrapped around trying to learn how to multi-stream. And also, I thought, well, if I watch the Man United game, it's probably just going to piss me off because Man United are probably just going to do a Man United and balls it up, and they obviously did do that. So yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't watch it. But yeah, I heard it was quite entertaining. Rare Threshold is now the only thing that appeals to me. Same. Yeah, the same, man. Like, I don't even really care about, I mentioned it. I do care, but I kind of don't care, right? We care enough that we're putting the lineups, we're spending the time to try and put the best 5 that we can put out for Sorare. But I also kind of don't care if this doesn't win anything because realistically, it's not going to be able to hit the stars, right? Unless we get crazy lucky and everybody hits like a score of 100, then we'll do it. But most often, it's probably going to be getting around this range here, tier 4s, tier 5s with the players that I've got. And as I mentioned, I actually don't need any more limited cards. I don't need any more players because I'm happy with the players that I've got. So when we're winning a reward, it's like, oh, we kind of won a 40p card, we won a £1 card, and it's like, it's difficult to get excited about. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at with that. You spent 150. euros on limiteds. But you know what? The funny thing is, right? If I spent 150 on limited, like today, I think that I would be mad because I just think that it's just not worth spending that much on limited, a scarcity where there's too much of a chance you can win 40p cards and £1 cards, and it's just really difficult to get anything that's worth winning. And then when you do have those limited cards, they struggle to hold their values anyway. So that's for me. But I also know loads of managers that would just happily put 150 or 500 euros into the game, and they don't care about the returns, right? They don't care about their card values going down. They're just literally putting money into the game, and they're just considering that it's a bit of a fun budget. So just playing for fun, and they don't really care too much about the return. So each to their own, isn't it, really? But for me, if I didn't have all these limited cards, then I definitely would not be getting involved in limited, apart from I would probably have a limited team of 5 that I would play in limited 240 every week just to hit the $5, because it's just worth more than what most of the cards are being dished out anyway at the moment. Hello to Waz as well. CJ, I got lucky. This is my first year and I spent 450 for limiteds for all 2023 EPL cards. Oh, wow. You did kind of get lucky. Sold them when the competition tourney was announced and moved into rare. Yeah, you really did get lucky there, man. Because if you were going to buy any limited cards at the start of the season, then it would have been the Premier League ones, because it just turned out perfectly with the first tournament of this type. And then everybody obviously needed those cards. So cool. How much profit did you make? You said that you spent 450 on the limiteds. How much profit did you make, which then allowed you to go into rare? Limited was once where rare is now. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Probably limited has reached the point where it should be, if we're being honest about it, right? Limited has reached the point where it's now become the low cost card, which allows everybody to play with, even if they have £2 or even £1. You don't even need £1. You could just start playing the game with 40, 50p. It's so accessible now, and limited has allowed it to be like that. And that's probably what limited should have been. When it started, it was obviously just too expensive. So probably limited has got to the point where it should be. I know we always say, oh, limited is really low, the values are not there. It's probably where it should be. Because it's the lowest entry into the game. But it just sucks a little bit when you've obviously spent more on limited, and you can kind of see that you've made big losses on those cards, and that it's probably not going to ever get to the point again where you can make big returns on your limited cards again. That's probably the only thing that sucks. And the fact now that even though it's a low barrier of entry to play limited, because it's a low barrier to entry, it then also means that the rewards that you win are low value as well. So low barrier of entry equals low value reward. Higher barrier to entry equals a much higher value reward. So yeah. Probably like 40%. That's good. 40% is very good. I'd be well happy with that. 350 euros in profit. Wow. That is really nice, man. I'm actually a little bit jealous. I would love to have earned that from my limited cards, right? Which can then massively make you step up into rare. It's incredible. I agree, FTS. It's supposed to be the way in that it's accessible to all. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's not nice, is it, it's not a nice truth to accept, but where limited is right now is probably where it needs to be. As in, it should have been like this technically in an ideal world at the start, but of course it wasn't, because it was a different type of market then, and the game was in a different position. But if we're being honest about it, you should be able to play Sorare in the limited and only have like 40 or 50p just to get going in the game. And Sorare probably want it to be like that, because then it means that the game is very accessible for everyone. It appeals then to a much bigger market when you can just start playing the game for 40p. I mean, what is 40p? It's nothing really. Most people have 40p to to spend in a game. In gaming terms, that's really nothing, is it? It's like the tiniest drop in the biggest ocean in the world. It's nothing. Right. I think I'm happy with this team. Tascaran, George Cox in defense, Luke Browers as the captain, Christoph Lang, and then Marvin Martins. I think I'm happy with that. What price is it for a solid rare 240 team now? I think, we haven't done it in a while, but I think that I could put together a solid... Should we just do it? Should we do it randomly? We haven't done anything like this in a while, but I think it's a really good question from Waz, and we can come back to the lineup building for the weekend shortly. I would actually just like to do a little bit of an experiment here, that if I was going to start the game today, if I was never playing Sorare, I had no cards whatsoever, I would actually like to see for myself what it would cost me roughly to build a rare team for Cat 240. We're going to do it now. We're going to do it. Just like off the cuff. To be fair, I also think the 1000 scarcity was clearly designed for a bigger user base that isn't there fully yet. Yeah, they've basically future-proofed it, haven't they? They future-proofed the game so that they're hoping that like millions and millions of people all around the world will be actively playing Sorare every single game week. And then that 1000 scarcity is then locked in perfectly to accommodate the mass demand that they'll have in the future. We just haven't got there yet. And it's kind of frustrating because they have minted a lot, hoping that the game will be where they want it to be, but it's not quite got there yet. So, but I agree. I have no issue with the 1000 for limited at all in football. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. And I think that in the future, hopefully when the game gets like massive, as in like super massive, and like millions and millions of people are playing it every week, that 1000 scarcity will then look and will make a lot of sense then, right? Right, let's do it. We haven't done a concept in a while. Builder concepts beta. Okay. So I'm just going to build this really randomly. I'm going to be putting in players here for Cap 240 Rare that if I was playing the game today, if I was starting the game today, right, who would be the players that I would be thinking about putting in here? And I'm going to see realistically how much it's going to cost, right? So let's start with the goalkeeper because that's often a difficult one. Let's run a little bit of a search here. Let's do some scouting. Some old school, good, honest to bones scouting. Player and card finder. Hold on to your 50p cards and wait for the big bang. That's also, yeah, it could be that too, right? We complain about the 50p cards, but yeah, maybe there's another explosion further down the line where those 50p cards become £5 cards. And if you've obviously got 100 50p cards, and you are going to be laughing if it explodes in the future. Right, goalkeeper. I'm going to see what we could build in Europe. Okay. Now, I'm going to be using my knowledge that I've got from playing Sorare to give us a goalkeeper for Cap 240 that I think is going to help us to threshold a lot. We don't need that, actually. We need it in the L40. Like that. And then a score average here in the L40 of 34 and above, and then an AA of hopefully close to 10. Let's put 8 in there to begin with. And then what we're going to do, we're going to put the minimum at something over 0. And then for the top end price, we're just going to put like something like that in there. Filter. 259. Okay. And then what we're going to do, we're going to sort this by the floor and have that by ascending. So we can find the cheapest goalkeepers that we think offer really good value. Okay. Look, Hansen's in there. Placide is in there. Wow. Look at some of these goalkeepers down here. Let's have a little look. Frazel's in there, but he's not a starter. Okay, Matt Turner. Matt Turner's £122 and is rare. That is good for that type of player. He's not starting at the moment anymore, but he's very good for that price, I think. Didn't realise he was that cheap. Got Dominic Shiel, who's 138. He's a very cheap starting goalkeeper. Got Eli Room, 146, and you've also got Jasper Sillenson. Got Jordi Masip as well, Sinan Bolat, Babacan. Then Ali Varul, who I actually have as my Cap 240 goalkeeper, who's £177 on the market. And then we've got Regis Gertner, who's 172. Okay. What I would probably do is I'd probably would pick someone like Regis Gertner or Ali Varul. I'd also probably be interested in Sinan Bolat and Eli Room, plus also I'd be interested a little bit in not really Sillerson because they're kind of doing poor NEC, but Dominic Shiel at 138 is really good. The only thing with him is that he's not very consistent to help you for threshold, whereas somebody like Regis Gertner is and Ali Varul. I mean, I don't want to pick Ali Varul because I obviously have him for my rare Cap 240 anyway, but I think he's a very good option for it. Let's try and be a bit different, right? Colcase 200. Yannick Huth is 179. Yannick Huth is a decent goalkeeper. Not really the kind of level of scoring that you need for threshold. Not really. Yeah, Regis Gertner's L15's high, but it's not really out of the question. But it is going to get higher because his L5 is 57. One of the things that I think of here is that if I was actually starting Sorare today and I was looking at these two goalkeepers, I would be thinking to myself, do I spend 172 on a goalkeeper who's 36, or do I spend 177, so an extra £5 more, on a goalkeeper who's 3 years younger? And I probably would be Ali Varul, just because he's 3 years younger. Got Eli Room, who's 34, of course, as well. Eli Room at 146 is really good. Vitesse have been shocking, but he is a good goalkeeper. So eventually they're going to start turning their season around, I think, Vitesse. But I probably wouldn't pick him just because of how bad the whole team is playing at the moment. You know what? It's a little bit annoying because I don't really want to pick Ali Varul. But I also want to try and approach this as if I was going to be playing it today and starting from today. And it would be Ali Varul here. I think 177 is decent. Steshkol's a decent goalkeeper as well, and he's an under 23 goalkeeper. So there's also an argument to say where you get an under 23 goalkeeper with this guy for like what, an extra £8, which is really good. And he's got scoring which can help you in Capsule 40. The big problem with him though is that he plays in Austria and they have that big winter break, and I try and avoid picking players that are going to have like a big gap in the season, which is why I don't have many Austrian players. I don't have any Russian players. I don't have any Swiss Super League players, because you just end up having cards that don't give you consistent utility. You end up kind of stuck with a card that kind of feels like it's an off season. Oh, it's a bit of a cop out to pick Ali Varol, but I will do it. I'm actually kind of, it's a cop out, but I'm also secretly like happy, because it actually shows me that I did pick a good goalkeeper in the summer for Capsule 40. So yeah, Ali Varol would go in there. And then, oh, you know what? You know what? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Because one of the things that I've always said I would like to do is, if I had Regis Gertner, I would then love to have Mamadou Fofana. How much is Mamadou these days now? Because Mamadou Fofana has a really high L15 as well. Look. He's £48 though. He's just so good for threshold. I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to do it differently, right? We're going to put Regis Gertner in here, because this is literally the sort of team that I would also be interested in building. So Regis Gertner would go in there, and then we just stack him with Mamadou Fofana. Like that. So we are spending a lot. We've only got 131 left for like our Capsule 40. So this is the only problem with like Mamadou Fofana and Regis Gertner, is that like we would need more than 5 players, because eventually Mamadou Fofana is going to get too high, or Regis Gertner is going to get too high. So we'd need to drop one of them. But obviously, if we only had one goalkeeper, we'd have to keep Gertner and then probably drop Fofana. But if I can do it, I will do it. And I think I'm going to give it a go. Yeah, probably isn't a cop-out if it's the best option. I think technically, if I was going to do it, then I probably wouldn't pick Regis Gertner, for the reason I mentioned, that I could get Ali Varol with the same level of scoring, who's 3 years younger, and has good utility over the winter break as well. But just to be a little bit different, I want to try and, like, if I was going to do a Capsule 40 team today, and I wanted to try and do it fairly cheap, then I would try and do something like this here. The advantage with doing Ali Varol is that if you put Ali Varol in and then you wanted to do a defender from the same team, the Sivasspor defenders are so cheap. Like Samba Camara, for example. Samba Camara, who started in the last game, he's now back. Look, he didn't do too good with his scoring, okay? He's had a lot of time away with an injury, but before he was injured, he was starting quite regularly, and he can hit you some big scores. He's like £2. He's like £3. So if you went for Ali Varol and you wanted to have a stack going, you could get Ali Varol, then Samba Camara, which is what I actually have him in the rare. And you've basically got a defensive combo of goalkeeper and defender for like £180, which is really good in rare. Really, really good. Mamadou Fofana 1 or 2, this one. What's going to be interesting here is that now we've committed to these 2 players, right? And they have quite high L15s. I need to now be quite smart to try and find players that have low L15s, because we've only got 131 left. So what we would do, would go straight to the forward here, and we would try and find a forward with a really low L15, as in like an L15 of around 40 ideally. Like that. Let's do that. Okay, so we get 17 who come up here. God, look at Unda who's coming up here. Too expensive though. Munayin, Ben Rama, Anthony. I want to try and do this a little bit cheaper though. So let's put this down where we're only looking now at players who are kind of around £50 or so. So filter that. Okay. There's Ben Rama again. There's Gustav Isaacson, who's really good, but he's not starting at the moment. Okay. This is a little bit too restrictive. And it's restrictive because we have the AA on here. Let's take that off. Filter that again. Now we have 362. And then what we want to do here is we actually want to put on the L40 a decisive score average here, 35. Then filter that down. 206, which is good. Let's bump that up a little bit more. 37. Percentage of games played in the last 15, 20%. Let's up that to 30% as well. Then filter. Should be getting close to 100. There we go, 109. Right. And then what we can do here is actually we can be a bit more aggressive where we can put a little bit of an AA on here, which you don't need, but if you can find somebody that has a good AA as a forward for Cap 240, then that is going to help you massively to get over the line for Cap 280. Cap 240, but for 280 points here. Okay, here we got Evanati, Kevin Gamiro, Thomas Sabitzer. Okay, Kevin Behrens, Andy Carroll, Christian Herrera, David Kalnacki, Isaac is in there. Backwa, Mike Trezor. This guy here, who we were talking about the other day. Okay, there's some interesting options in there. Ivan Cavaliero's in there as well, but he's too expensive. I'm selling a Ruben Providence if you are interested. I'm not, no. We're basically just doing a conceptual build here. We're not actually trying to build a team. We're just thinking that if you were going to start Sorare today, how much would a decent Cap 240 rare team cost you? So I'm just trying to figure out and give that answer to the chat, but I'm not actually in the market looking for anyone. Thank you though. I don't really like the players that we have here. Right, so let's change it a little bit. Ooh, we have Michael Gregorich in here. He's £58 though. Michael Gregorich is a very good option for Cap 240 because his L15 is really good, and also his AA is very good as well. It's a little bit expensive though. Who else we got down here? Kilanovic is in there. We've got Funtas in there. Okay. Luca Prip is decent for Cat 240. Playing for Almeria. We've got Nishan Burkhardt. Nishan Burkhardt, funny enough, is a good option for Cap 240. When he starts, he's not starting at the moment, which is a shame for him, but he's also not been doing good enough to start. I tell you what, he's a little bit pricey, but I would probably pick up Michael Gregorich here for £58. He's just come back from injury, and he is going to be leading the line again for Freiburg. And what's good about him is that if you look at the starts that he has, right, over the last year, he has an AA of 7.5. So even if he doesn't get a decisive, he's still going to give you a score of mid-40s, maybe even mid-50s. And look, that type of average of 51.6, if you can have a forward that gives you a score of 51.6 in Cap 240, you'll get over the line for Cap 280. Like this score here will get you over the line for the 280 points, 100%. Look, these scores here will help you. So I'm going to pick Gregorich here. For a 240, I'm going to put Modric for 50 euros and build the team around him. I like that. Building the team around a legend. I like that. Brother, are you recommending to go for Cap 220 or Cap 240? Cap 240, yeah. Cap 2, well, with 50 euros, okay. If you've got 50 euros, do Cap 240 in the limited. Yeah, Cap 240, man. Let's put Gregoritsch in here. The advantage with Gregoritsch as well is that because his L15 is only 35, it kind of counters the high L15s that we've got from Regis Gertner and Fofana. So it's actually perfect. So we put him in. And then we've got 96 where we need to find another 2 players here. So why don't we try and find... why don't we try and find a really cheap defender? And then whatever we've got left over, we can then try and get a decent heavy-hitting midfielder. Let's look for a defender here. Okay, so go back here, go into the defender. Okay, change this slightly. We have, okay, we have 46. Ideally, I think I want to look for a defender that has an L15 of 40 or below, because then it gives us a points of around 46 for a midfielder. Let's do that. And what's more important to me here for a defender is that they have a good AA. So I'm going to put the AA at 10 there. We're also going to, we need to switch it to defender, which we've done. Let's do that. Let's filter that. This is going to give us loads of results here. We need to, oh, 71 is not loads, but it's a good start. I'm debating selling my limited players and building a rare lineup. Do it. Do it. Why no 220? It's more rewards, no? Well, the 220... Oh, wow. CJ, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for the sub, for gifting out the sub to HG Legend. HG Legend, if you're here in the chat, then you've just been gifted a sub from CJ. So do say thank you if you can, because it's always good to see that from the community. Thank you so much for the support, CJ. Grego Sierra is doing well recently. Ristovsky is coming back and has an L15 of 44. Both good options, by the way. I want to have a look at the list first of all. I want to see what we're working with here. Okay. Hussein Kamara's in there. So these are the more expensive options here. David Affin Gruber is brilliant. He's got an L15 of 40. He's very good. He's very good for threshold. Wow. You got Jimenez in here with an L15 of 40, the Atletico Madrid defender. Luberto's in there. C. Van der Hayden, Pacarada. I'm a big fan of Pacarada. It's not quite worked out for him since he's moved up into Cologne in the Bundesliga. So he's kind of not playing anymore, but I think he's a good player still. Got Lovren in there. I feel like we're missing a few. I mean, like Richie Delete is good. He's very good actually for threshold. I think we're missing a few here. A few that I would be more interested in. Let's take that off. Let's take that down to 8 there. And let's bump that down to 20%. If we can. God, these sliders are so sensitive. There we go. Filter. Jake Bidwell has performed some nice AA. Bidwell's kind of expensive, no? I like Bidwell, but how expensive is he? It's only £30. It's pretty good. I like Jake Bidwell. He's a good player for cap to 40. The only problem with him slightly is that his AA is a little bit low. I'd like someone with a higher AA than that. He's much better for cap 220 than he is for cap 240. Can't believe that Jimenez was in there, though. Jimenez with an L15 of 40 was really good. He's just, I wonder if we can try and find someone a little bit cheaper. We've got 134 here now. Okay. There's some okay players here, but I know the type of player that we need for cap 240. And some of these aren't quite here. Baptiste Rouge. I like this guy, but I thought he was injured. Is he back now? I thought he was injured. He's a good player. He has defender and I think midfielder cards. I like him. I think he's good. He's he does well in his AA. Like when he plays, look, you can see here. Because he's kind of played slightly out of position. So even though he has a defender card, he's played out of position and it kind of helps him from time to time. It also means that he doesn't get the 10-point clean sheet bonus, but then he doesn't get the points deductions from when they concede goals. So Baptiste Rouge here for £8 is actually brilliant. Really good. Jose Amo. Amo's a good player. Yeah, we talked about him, didn't we? We built a lineup with him in it yesterday, I think. Bring him up. I think it was Ligma. Why can't I find him? That's going to give us too many options, isn't it? But you're right. I don't know why I can't find him. But yeah, he's a decent option. Baptiste is a good option, though. Really good. I think we might actually put Baptiste in here. I think my Sorare data stalled there a little bit. Yeah, it has stalled a little bit. So Baptiste is probably going to be the one that I pick here because he's really cheap. He's like £8. And even though he's kind of not been starting a lot recently, he will be the main starter again, I think. He's had a little bit of time out. I think he's going to be starting again. Look, he can give you that kind of level of scoring. It's pretty good. Who else have we got on the list, actually, before we commit to it? Jamie Lawrence is in there. He's okay, Jamie Lawrence, actually. He's good. Kaleta Carr. Jack Robinson is in there. Amadou Dante. He's a good player, but he needs to get back to doing what he's capable of. Oh, look, we've got Stankovic in there as well. Stankovic is a really good option. In fact, Stankovic is probably a better option because Stankovic gives you that kind of nice mid-50s scoring. Got Bidwell in there as well. The slight problem with Stankovic is that in this kind of cap 240 team, we would then have a defender that we won't be able to use for a few months, right? Because of the winter break. I'm going to put Baptiste in because I like Baptiste. I think he's good. We're going to put him in as the extra. He's only £8 as well, like that. And then we've basically got, look, we've now got 58 points to spend. Only 58. I mean, I say only 58, that's a lot. And we haven't even spent £300 yet. And this is a pretty solid cap 240 team at the moment. Let's look for a midfielder now. We've got a huge amount of points, but we probably don't want to spend all 58. We probably want to only spend about 50 and then give ourselves like 8 points of a cushion so that if there's an increase in one of our players, then we can still play this team pretty consistently. So let's try and do an L15 of 50 for a midfielder. All right, see what we can find here. Let's bring that up to 50. Let's go over just 51. What I'm going to be looking for here is someone with both decisive and AA scoring. So I'm going to put this up to 36, I think. Leave that on at 8 and then just do a search for that. Okay, so I know that this search has worked properly because we've got the likes of Lasse Schöner, who's come up here. Tobias Kemp has come up, and these are the types of players that I'm looking for. Good, reliable, mid-50s, 60s scorers. Another good player that we could bring in, who I actually have, would be somebody like Zaper. Zaper would be a really good one because you can see with his level of scoring, he can just give you mid-range scoring and above. But I want to try and pick somebody a bit different that I don't have. So let's have a little look here. Okay. He's doing well, isn't he? Joseph Loppy. Like his averages here are pretty decent. That's quite good. I need to up the AA, I think, a little bit. Let's up the AA to 10. And then let's up that as well to 38. That will massively whittle that list down. Yeah, there we go, 34. So Max Arnold comes up in here. Wow. Then Jeffrey Hairmans comes up in here. There's Kadri. We know that Kadri is very good. Dirk Proper, Curtis Jones. This is really good. Solly March is in there. Solly March would be a good one to pick up so that you've then got a heavy hitter for when he's back from injury. Gaten Visbeck is in there as well. He's doing good as well. Good mid-range scorer, which is good for threshold. Where's our guy, Matteo Maric? Matteo Maric is almost like the perfect threshold player. He's only £16, this guy here, Matteo Maric, and he kind of gives you that. He's been quite poor so far this season, but he's actually, his AA is very high at 14.1, and he gets involved in decisive. So Matteo Maric technically would be the better option here. He's also really cheap at £16. I'm actually going to throw Matteo Maric in because I know him, and he's just like perfect for threshold. He starts every game as well. And he's got an L15 of 46, which means that you could play this team of 5 very consistently without any problems at all that they're going to go over the cap. Look at that. So we have 12 points remaining. We have 12 points remaining, right? So this is just if you're wondering what I was doing here, we got asked in the chat, like somebody, I think it was Waz. I think Waz says he asked kind of how much it would be, or he wondered how much it would cost to put a decent Capsule 40 team together in the rare scarcity in Sorare today. And I actually thought, you know what, that's a good idea. Let's actually explore how much it would cost to do. Let's just do it live on the stream. And this is the team that I would kind of put together, a team like this, right? If I was going to be starting Sorare today. And this team, if we bought all of these players based on their floor price alone, this team would cost you just over £300, £303 in actual fact. I'm pretty sure you could get this team for under £300. If you look at the average cost, it's £293. So I'm sure you could get these players for cheaper at auction. I'm sure you could even get them for cheaper on the secondary market if you timed it right. And essentially what you've got is you've got a team of 5 that will be able to hit you 280 points consistently, pretty much every single game week. And you've also got a team that you can use every single game week because they have 12 points remaining. So this team falls 12 points under the cap of 240, which means that if Regis Gertner, if he starts to smash it and he increases his L15 by 3 and he goes up to 56, if Mamadou Fofana goes up to an L15 of 60, then you can still play this team without worrying that it's going to go over the cap. So this is really good. Really, really good. And I think this is a good benchmark to show you guys that if you are looking to play Cap 240 in the rare and you're wondering how much it's going to cost you, you need to be aiming for around £300, because if I can build this team for £300, which we put together in what, 20, 30 minutes, and we weren't really scouting quite extensively. A lot of the players here are very known to me. You can easily build a team, I think, for between £250 to £300. Now, what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to show you, this is the team that we just built, and I'm going to show you the cost of the team that I am entering this week. So my actual Cap 240 rare team, I'm going to show you how much this team cost, right? And I'm going to tell you how much it would cost today and how much it cost me to build, because I don't think it's too far away from, well, actually it is, because Hervey Kofi was £230 and then Tucci was £50. So this team is going to come over £300. But let me show you how much that team would cost today if we do it. So let's do another tab here. Well, crazy how low the price got. I think so, yeah. That was about the price for just a goalkeeper when we started doing Cap 240 rare at the start of the season, wasn't it? Yeah, it was, yeah, Beast. About £300 was the cost of a rare goalkeeper alone. Now you can basically build a rare team and a very solid rare team for Cap 240 for £300. It's bonkers, isn't it? It's great, but it's also bonkers that even rare has kind of got to points now where, like, it's almost too cheap for rare. And I mentioned earlier on in the stream that you can buy rare cards for 70p. Like, what the hell? You can buy a rare player for 70p. The limited of that player is 40p. So what is going on? I mean, incredible, but also probably just also sums up how difficult a balance it's been for Sorare to try and juggle accessibility into the game and also just trying to juggle that they need to make money by minting cards, and that there are just too many cards and probably not enough actual managers that can keep the prices higher. It's a great time to be building rare. And I think this is showing that. So what we're going to do, I'm going to put my Cap 240 team in here, right? And then I'm going to tell you how much that team would cost today. And then I'm going to show you how much that team actually cost me. We have a little bit of a variation on this team, but so it's not always this team that we play in Cap 240, but this weekend it is this team that we're going to be playing. So let's put in Hervey Kofi in here. Not in limited, in rare. Like that. And then we're going to put as the defender, Pappy. Okay, like that. Oh, we put 2 in there. And then as the midfielder, we're actually going to be using Zapa, who I just showed you before, is a really good option for Cap 240. And then up front, we have Tucci. And Tucci's amazing because he's the type of forward where if he doesn't score a goal, he's still going to give you a score of like 56 or close to 60. And that's kind of what you need. Tucci's kind of really expensive at the moment now. I bought him for £50. He's currently on the market for 115. So his average is 75. But if you wanted to buy him today at the list price, then you'd have to pay double what I paid for him. And then the other one is going to be Luke Browers in here. And Luke Browers, look at that. Luke Browers has really shot up as well. Surprise, surprise. And And his average is £22.51, but his floor price is £66. So this team that I'm going to be entering, this is my Cap 240 team for the weekend. This team, if you went and bought this team, all at their floor prices, so you didn't negotiate, you just bought them straight at the list price, right? This team would cost you £545 compared to the £300 here, which is obviously a massive difference. However, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, if you plan ahead and if you are good at scouting, you can find a team that's worth £545 on a floor price level. You can find that team for way cheaper if you can get your scouting right, because this did not cost me £500 to build. Hervey Kofi, just going to show you, and then we'll tot up the difference, right? Hervey Kofi cost me £245, okay? So I'm going to do the calculation now. 245, right? Let's find, let's do it in order. So let's go and find Pappy now. So Pappy cost me £20.25, okay? Let's tot that one up. That's £20.25, right? Then we have Zaper. So Zaper's up here. Zaper cost me £37.49. So we're going to throw that in as well into the calculation. Plus 37.49, right? Then we also have Luke Browers. Now, Luke Browers cost me very little. He only cost me £13.87 because I'm good with scouting like that. So let's add that one up as well. £13.87. And then Tucci, as I mentioned, Tucci cost me about £50. There you go, look, £50 and 2p to be precise. So we're going to add up that as well. Plus 50 and 2. So this team at the moment, the average, right? The average that these cost based on how much they're going for is £404. If you bought them all at the list price today and you didn't negotiate, it would cost you £545. But this team actually cost me, as in how much I actually spent and paid for them, this team only cost me £366.63. And if you compare that team of £366.63 to this team here, for an extra £60, I think that you are getting a significantly better team. Higher quality players, look at their averages, look at the rewards that they're winning as well. So 2 rewards would have been won if I had played this team over the past month or so, the past 3 months. And then, no, out of the 8 game weeks that they would have played, here it's a little bit different. I think that this team is better. And yeah, as I say, if I'd have bought this team, which I did for 366, and I compared that team to this one here, this is still a really good team. But for me, based on the quality of players, I would prefer to have this level of quality players for an extra £60 rather than this. But this is still really good. What do you think's better? What do you think is the better team here? Would you prefer this team, guys, the £303 team? Or would you prefer this team if you could get it for £360? Like, what would be your preference here? The A team or the B team? Or number 1 or number 2? Let's say number 1 or number 2. So this is number 1, right? And this is the number 2 team. Which one would you pick if you had the same amount of money to spend? And you could get this one for 303, but then you could get this one for 366. Which one would you guys pick? There are rare ones for €2 to €3 who are injured, not playing currently, who are huge value. Yeah, there are. Free top scout. I actually have to say I really like this team though. I think this team's really good. I think if I hadn't have already built this team And as I mentioned, guys, this isn't even my main team. Ordinarily, we would actually play, we wouldn't play Zapar, and we wouldn't play Luke Browers in here. What we would usually do is we would play Smoltich and Zalahi. Yeah, we have a variety. I mean, I could show you the different variations, but I think if you follow the streams, you know the main types of players that I put in here and that I rotate out. As I say, for this week, we're going to be playing that team. Tucci is very nice, and I never doubted Browers, of course. If you don't know, Rude is being sarcastic and ironic. I actually remember I've been talking about Luke Browers for ages, saying that Luke Browers is a decent player. He's a very good player. He is a good player. And I got so much stick from managers out there in the community saying, Free Tip Scout, what the hell are you thinking? He's a crap player. He's not good. He's not going to do any good for you. Like, stupid decision to buy him. And you know what? I want to use that example in case you are watching the stream and you're thinking about a player, right? And you think that the player is really good, but you're hearing that other people are saying that he's not good and that you shouldn't go and buy him. This is probably the best piece of advice that I can give anybody who's playing Sorare, especially if you're a beginner. Do your own research and trust your own research and your own instincts on a player. Don't go by what other people are saying about a player. If you believe in a player, then you buy that player, but do your research properly, work out why you like them and why they are good and where you feel they can offer value. Don't listen to when people say that a player's crap if you believe in them, okay? Because if you do, then you'll never find the opportunities in Sorare to, first of all, like flip cards for profit, and you'll also never find really good players that are undervalued that can help you massively in the SO5 game. If I'd have listened to everyone who was saying that Luke Browers was shit, then I wouldn't have a player that's smashing loads of good scores for me that I picked up for £13. So yeah, don't listen to everyone. Try to filter out the noise and try to make your own decisions and come to your own researched opinions as to like an informed decision as to why a player is good and why you should ignore everyone who's saying that they're rubbish. Very well scouted. I didn't see it in him, but I'm not mad for being wrong. I do pick up players as well that others probably don't bother with, just not on a podium sharing with others so it goes unnoticed. You were, yeah. I know what you mean. So yeah, if you're wondering how much it costs to put a lineup together in Cap 240 Rare today, a decent Cap 240 Rare team to help you hit the threshold, then it will cost you about £300, but I think you can also do it for about £250. And if you're really, really a scouting superstar, you could probably build a team for £200, probably. If you picked up a rare goalkeeper for between 120 to 150, I think you could then get the 4 outfield players for about for £50, and you could have a £200 rare team that could challenge for threshold. But I think realistically, you need to be aiming for between 250 to 300, because then at that level, you get the quality of scoring, which means that you can put the team into Cap 240 Rare and know that pretty much every single week they have a very high chance of hitting the threshold, rather than spending 200 and thinking, okay, there'll be some game weeks where they're really going to do well, and then there's going to be some game weeks where you just know you can't rely on them, like they're just going to bomb on you. What would be a better step while saving for a goalkeeper in Rare? Cap 220 with a limited goalkeeper, or Cap 240 with a DMP? Cap 220 with a limited goalkeeper. Yeah. There's no point playing Cap 240 with a DMP goalkeeper. when they had the threshold where it was 205 points, right? So which was the, I mean, it's crazy when we think about it, but you could literally hit $25 before they changed it from just like hitting 205 points, right? And it was so good that you could do it with a DMP goalkeeper. You didn't need a goalkeeper to help you hit 205, because if you're four outfielders, if you could just pick four really good outfielders that could all hit 50 points, right? Because there was also XP that was being scored. So when they had the old system, all you needed was players that could average 50, right? And then if they all got around 50, if you included the XP that was built up on the card, then they hit 205, and then you basically earn $25 from four players. You could even hit 250 points from those four players if, for example, you had like players that could give you good scores of 60, or just one player had a mad score. So when they had it at 205 and 250, it was honestly like a golden haven. And now when we look back at it, it's like, wow, that was like robbing the bank, wasn't it? It was so good, and we'll never ever have it again. But now to try and hit 280 points, you really do need to have a goalkeeper, a starting goalkeeper. That goalkeeper who's starting does not need to hit you scores of 50, 60. They don't need to regularly keep clean sheets, but what they do need to do is they need to start regularly, and they need to give you a score of around 40 and above. If you pick a goalkeeper that starts regularly, but they also regularly concede 3 goals or more, that is not going to work for you in Cap 240, because then you're going to have to make up the 20 points that they're going to lose effectively when they go down to 15, when they get that negative decisive. And then that's going to be too difficult to make up on a budget build with your other 4 players. So you need a nice, reliable mid-40s, mid-50s type of goalkeeper. It doesn't matter if they don't keep clean sheets. You just need to target goalkeepers that can do well in their AA, like a Regis Gertner. You know, if he doesn't keep a clean sheet, he still gives you a score of mid-50s because he makes so many saves. Somebody like Ali Varul, right? Ali Varul has only kept 1 clean sheet so far this season, right? But he's helped me to so many threshold wins because his AA is so good. So that, look here, this is the scoring you're getting from him. Look, mid-40s, mid-50s, something like that. Recently, his scoring's been bad because he's had 2 really difficult games. It's going to get worse, actually, because he has Fenerbahce, Konyaspor, and Galatasaray. So the next 3 games, he's gonna do terrible. So he's not good for threshold for the next 3 games. But in general, you need a goalkeeper that can give you an AA of close to 10, so that then when they don't give you a clean sheet, they can still give you a score of around mid-40s. And that's more than enough to help you over the line for 280. Okay, so then my focus now is getting a forward that plays. Free tip scout, do you think Gregorich at his current floor of 67 is still worthy pickup? I think if you can get him for cheaper, you should. But I think that if you can't, then he's still very good to pick up for 67 euros, yeah. And I can say that because you guys know the story. I bought Gregorich like nearly 2 years ago in his rare for £40. And then you guys know what happened, right? After that. Yeah. And Gregorich is so good because his L15 is so low, which means that, yeah, look, you've got a starting forward who's got really good AA, which is going to help you to threshold, and he has an L15 of 35. So it's brilliant. Yeah. Right. Let's take a quick break here. We're going to take a little bit of a breather, and then when we come back, we're going to continue to lineup build and do some more scouting, plus also some free tip scout fund coupons. So if you're on YouTube, jump over to Twitch if you can, because then you'll be able to actually start to earn some rewards from me live on the stream. If not, it's okay. Stick on YouTube. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes. So don't go anywhere. Stay connected, and I'll see you guys in another 5 minutes. let the dogs out? I think it was Sellers who left the dogs out, didn't he? Thank you so much, Sellers, for the raid, man. Bringing a party of 12 as well. Wow. Thank you so much, Sellers. You know, amazing support. When are you next streaming, Sellers? You streaming tonight? I might try and jump on one of your Call of Duty streams, because they always if you don't know, I need to give Sellers a shout out. I always just assume now that because Sellers is always jumping in, and you know, I think a lot of you guys know Sellers anyway. I just assume that everyone knows Sellers, but maybe you don't. So let's just kind of give Sellers a bit of a shout out there. There you go. Check out Sellers' channel. The link is there in the chat, guys. So if you don't know Sellers, and if you are wanting just to have a little bit of fun and entertainment and just good banter, good chat, he also does some really cool stuff on Sorare, because he has a completely different gallery to me, and he competes in different competitions. Then go check him out. Really do. I haven't really subbed to anyone on Twitch apart from Sellers, because I really enjoy his content. So go check him out. And also it's just quite good to get a bit of variety as well, because, you know, like if you're getting almost sick to death of Sorare and Sorare and Sorare, then Sellers often mixes it up with Call of Duty, Spider-Man, just different games. It's always a good laugh. It's always good fun. So do check him out. Mark Gork's in here as well. Hello to Mark Gork. How you doing, man? How did you get on in poker? I wasn't able to jump on your stream yesterday. I saw that you were streaming and I wanted to jump in to improve my German, but unfortunately I had to learn to multi-stream. So at the moment, we're currently live on YouTube and we're also live on Twitch. So this is the first time we're doing a multi-stream, and I had to kind of learn that all last night. Probably not. Need to go to gym. I'm probably going to grind last part of season 2 on 2K off stream. Shall be on for tomorrow afternoon. Good man. All right, I'll try and after we finish our stream tomorrow, I'll try and jump on yours then, Sellers. How did you get on, Mark, on your poker stream yesterday? If you also don't know Mark Gork, we might as well give Mark a bit of a shout out as well, because this will only really apply if you speak German though, because it's a German speaking stream. Let me give Mark a bit of a shout out here. Go find him. There we go. But if you like poker, then actually checking out Mark's streams are quite cool too, because then you can just, you know, poker's universal language, isn't it? You don't need to speak German just to see what the plays are in poker and the cards which are in the hand. So go and check him out too. He does speak English as well, but it's a largely German community out there, or German-speaking community. And I've always enjoyed jumping in and just like checking out the plays of poker and the different hands that he's dealing with and the others are dealing with. So go check him out. Thank you also to Mary Spoon 87 for the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. How many subs did that take us to? We're on 114. We have a massive subs goal over here on Twitch to try and hit 500 subscribers on the channel. When we do, we're then going to give away a buttload, and I mean a buttload of cards, super rare, rare, and limited. If you are not a subscriber to the channel on Twitch, then come over to Twitch and do join us here. If you're watching on YouTube, then do subscribe as well to my channel on YouTube, because we're going to be going forward. We're going to be streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and so if you're a subscriber, you're obviously then going to get the notifications when we go live. Right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going here. So let's come off this team and this one. We need to do some more lineup building. We were doing second div. Let's go back to second div. And I'll open up the free tip scout fund coupons after we do the second div team, guys. So if you're needing finer players and stuff, let's do this team first. And then once we've done that, I can then open up the free tip scout fund coupons. All right. So, where are we at with this team again? Okay, we were working out whether we were going to play Kastenmeier or we were going to play Mark Martinez in here, and we worked out that we do need to play Kastenmeier in here because we need to play Mark Martinez in the Cap 220 rare. Right, defensively, I'm happy to play Cass Odenthal. He's quite a consistent performer, getting 50, 60 scoring. We could also play Tony Leistner in here, though. The only thing is, every time I've played Tony Leistner, he's bombed on me. Every time I pick him, he does shocking. When I don't pick him, he gets a score of 60. So I don't think I want to pick him anymore. I think Philip Heiser we are going to pick. Still. Ben Sheaf we don't want to pick here because he's too good for us to play in here at the moment. I don't actually think we changed this team. I think the team that we've got was fine. Yeah, Baston up front, and then we then have Cass Odenthal here. We don't need to change that team. Apart from no, we don't. We don't need to change it. So yeah, our second div team for the weekend is going to be that, and we are going to give the captaincy to Philip Heiser. All right, let me open up some Free Tip Scout Fund coupons. If you're tuning in on YouTube, then you will not be able to take part in these because this is purely a Twitch functionality. But if you want to earn some rewards, if you want to win cards, if you want me to help with your lineups, if you want me to review your gallery, if you want me to find some players for you, basically, if you want me to help you a better Sorare manager and to just give you loads of big advantages in Sorare, then hop on over to Twitch, which is where we mainly stream, and then you can start to get involved in this Free Tip Scout Fund coupon scheme that we have, where you can kind of get these benefits. You're going to see it in a minute. So if you're on YouTube, you are going to see how it works in a minute. I'm going to open up Timo Pooky. I'm going to open up Go Shopping as well. Finder Players are open as well. Pick My Lineup is open. Put Your Game Week Glasses On is open too. Build It Like Barca is open. Giveaway Time is open as well. And everything's open. Look, I've just literally opened up everything. Review My Gallery is also up as well. So all the Free Tip Scout Fund coupons are available now. For you guys that are viewing and watching on Twitch, you can then use them right now. You can redeem your Free Tip Scout Fund coupons, and I can help you even more, or I can just give you benefits and rewards on the stream. KSC defenders are a lottery to pick. As I am as a KSC fan, I know it. They either get a decisive or receive 2 to 3 goals, or both. Yeah, they do. But this is a good fixture for them, isn't it? I think against Hansa Rostock at home. Philip Heiss is pretty good at home as well. It is a bit of a lottery though. If we captain Philip Heiser, we kind of need him to get a decisive, or we need him to have like an incredible AA game. And often his scores of 60 points or more are coming when he gets an attack in return. So yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, but it's also a gamble we kind of need to take in second div, I think. It's such a difficult competition, isn't it? Hi, who would you captain this weekend? Yusuf Sari, Alderweireld, or Mitrovic from Rijeka? Alderweireld, probably. Alderweireld. Because Alderweireld, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Alderweireld have a home game against Leuven? And I think that's a good game for him. Yeah. Yeah, if he has a home game against him, which he does, right? That's a really good fixture for him to score well in. What is the Pooky thing? Yeah, so Pooky, let me give you guys the link in the chat. This is if you've not been on the stream for a while, we cover 2 games on the streams now, Sorare and Pooky. So the link to get involved on Pooky is in the chat right there. Use that link. It's a free-to-play game, and that link will give you a free Pooky ball, 5% discount off your first purchase in the game, and loads of in-game currency. So essentially, it gives you the best start possible to play. It gives you an advantage over others playing Pooky that haven't used a link like that. It also helps to support the channel. Pooky is a really cool game because it's a sports prediction game. So you know in Sorare, we're basically trying to predict in Sorare what we think players are going to do, and then we hope that all the players can do what we are predicting we think they can do. Pooky's different. You're not predicting what you think the players are going to do. You're predicting what you think the team is going to do. So imagine we're looking at, it's probably not a good example. Let's imagine that we're looking at Haaland, right? So on Sorare, let's imagine that we're looking at Haaland for the next game against Tottenham. And we think that Haaland is going to score a goal. On Pooky, we look at the game and we think, how are Man City going to do against Tottenham? Are there going to be lots of goals scored? Are Tottenham going to win it? Are they going to concede? And then what we think they're going to do, we then put a prediction together. And then if we are accurate enough with our prediction to finish in the top 50%, we win cash rewards. We win cash rewards. If we don't get it right, we don't lose anything. So you don't lose when you get it wrong, and you win when you get it right. It's pretty freaking cool. Love this game a lot. And one of the things that I've been talking about, which is true, is the rewards that you can win on limited in Sorare are so low now that, as I mentioned, if you're not winning a tier 2 in limited or above, it's really difficult to justify the returns that you're getting versus the investment in limited, right? However, if you were to invest the same amount that you were going to invest in limited on Sorare and you put that into Pooky, the returns on Pooky are fantastic. And especially when you compare it to limited, that you can win more on Pooky than you can playing in limited if you're only winning like tier 3s, tier 4s, and tier 5s. Really cool game. Really cool game. I'm going to be coming over to this game shortly. I'm going to be showing you guys how I play it and the predictions I put in it. But if you've got more questions, just let me know in the chat. I did a rational decision to get some Prem players for the winter comp. Brentford have great games. Wish me luck. Good luck. Well, I'm not going to wish you. I'm not going to wish you luck for Brentford when the next game that they've got is Luton. I see what you've done there. You tried to trick me. So bad luck to Brentford this weekend against Luton, because we don't want Brentford to smash Luton. But other than that, good luck for Brentford. Yeah, is Sebastian still here? I want to know that too. Is Sebastian, who jumped over from YouTube, is he still here in the chat? If he is, I want to know that too. But you use Thunder. No, you mean this one here. The energy. Yeah. You use energy to predict in Pooky. So the amount of energy that you've got determines how many games you can predict. It's a cool system. Most energy systems in a game don't work, and they're really restrictive and they're really not fun to play. But on Pooky, it's actually brilliant. It works perfectly. Griff Dog. Thank you so much, Griff Dog, for the 3 months there. Amazing support from you, man. Welcome back into the channel, Griff Dog. How you doing? Let's try and do a couple more predictions, or sort of not predictions, sorry. Let's try and do a few more lineups if we can. Right, second div is done. Do you also like that we have a 220 cap monthly competition now, Free Tip Scout? I do. I was actually one of the managers that was saying, why didn't they do the month long in Cap 220? So it was actually kind of like one of my ideas. I'm not going to take the full credit for it. I'm sure they were already thinking about it, Sorare. But when they put it in All-Star and then they put it in 270, I was kind of saying, why didn't they put it in 220? Because I think putting it in 220 is then rewarding the managers that have the most skill, because to obviously finish quite high up in 220, you kind of need to know what you're doing, right? And you need to know how to pick the players that have the really low L15s, the great fixtures that can then like massively outscore it. So I like it. What I don't like is the fact that the prize pool is shocking for it. The prize pool for the monthly 220 is a big miss from Sorare. Like, it's a massive loss. It's not good enough at all. I don't mind that they're not giving out weekly rewards. That's absolutely fine. But if you're gonna stop managers from winning weekly rewards, then it needs to be worthwhile that at the end of the month, they then have a chance to win some really great stuff. And I've already spoken at length about this, and I know you guys have heard it before. If you go into Cap 220 for the monthly, the minimum that you can win from the monthly should not be a tier 5. It should not potentially be at the end of 8 game weeks in a month that you come away with a 40p card. The top end's fine, kind of, it's okay. Would be better if this was actually a higher tier, maybe a star rare as well or something. This is kind of okay, but you can't have a tier 5 as the minimum in a month-long competition, because you can't have people playing it for a month and potentially coming away with a 40p card. It's just, it doesn't make sense. It's not good. It's not cool. Sorare know my opinion about it. I want to see that change going forward, where the month-longs don't have tier 5s in there. Maybe they don't even have tier 4s in there. There's a higher proportion of tier 3s in there. But there's no way should there be tier 5s in there. Absolutely not. Bro, what is Pooky Balls? Pooky Balls are what you use to make predictions. Do you want to see how it works? I'm sure there's a few of you on here who are thinking like the same as Pablo Escobar, like how does it work? What do you do? It's the second half of the stream anyway, and we usually cover this game in the second half of the stream. So why don't I just show you on screen how it works, and then you'll get an idea, right? So on Pooky, you want to, first of all, if you want to play Pooky, you want to be using the link in the chat. There's the link in the chat. Please do use it. It massively helps to support the channel, and I promise you, it gives you the best start possible in the game. You get a free Pooky Ball. You get all those benefits of money back off your first purchase and loads of in-game currency. Just use the link, and it will give you the best start. Once you've used the link to sign up, you're going to be given a free Pooky Ball, which is a rookie Pooky Ball. Let me go into my collection of Pooky Balls here. Once you use the link, you're going to get one of these balls, right? These are the rookie Pooky Balls, and you can use these to predict in the free-to-play version of Pooky, okay? What that means is that you can predict on games. You can put the scores in using these Pooky Balls, and if you are accurate enough with your predictions, you win a common Pooky Ball. And a common Pooky Ball allows you to play what's called the Pro League, and in the Pro League, you can earn the cash rewards. So these rookie Pooky Balls basically give you the chance to win a ticket, but it's a lifelong ticket to then play in the Pro League, which is then where you win cash rewards, right? So basically the way you need to consider this here is exactly the same as how you consider it on Sorare. The free-to-play is almost like the amateur, and then it allows you to win a card, not a card, it allows you effectively to win an NFT that then allows you to enter the proper competitions where you can win proper rewards in them, right? Now, the Pooky Balls are all different. There's different types. You can actually check them out and you can buy them if you want to, which I would recommend, because it's really difficult to win a common Pooky Ball in the free-to-play. It's way easier to just go and buy a common Pooky Ball and then just use that common Pooky Ball to then just earn cash rewards every week from your predictions, right? Just way easier. You don't need to buy a common. You can buy a rare, an epic, a legendary. if you've got the budget to do it. And essentially what the Pokeballs do, which I'm going to show you now, is they allow you to predict on football games, right? So if we go into, can we make predictions in here? We can, look. We can make predictions in here. So what we're going to do, hopefully you're watching as well, is we have these games that we want to predict in, right? So what we're going to do, America MG versus Bahia. Click on it. And then we have Pokeballs that we own from our collection, right? So you saw that we have a total of 8 Pokeballs, right? We're going to select a Pokeball here that's going to give us the best chance to score well. Every Pokeball's different. Every Pokeball has different boosts on it. And so some boosts are more suited to other leagues and other score lines than others. This is the Brazilian League. In the Brazilian League, a 1-1 is a very common scoreline in the Brazilian League. And actually what we're doing as a strategy in the Brazilian League is we're going to put 1-1 in for every single game here, okay? And so we're going to go into this one here. We're going to select this ball here because this is a Brazilian League ball, which gives us an extra 10% boost to our scoring. And this ball, we have a sticker. So there are actually stickers as well, in addition to the Pokeballs in Pooky. This sticker gives us an extra boost of 5.68 if we correctly guess that the score is going to be 1-1. So this is the perfect ball for us to use on a strategy where all we're doing is we're putting 1-1 in for every single game. And if it ends up being 1-1, we are going to get 286.9 points, right? That's how many points we're going to get. And basically at the end of the game week, you tally up, or the game tallies up, how many points you've earned. And if your points total is enough to get you into the top 50%, then you will win cash in the form of cryptocurrency. So let me just show you how it's going to work, right? 1-1, do it. It's going to cost us 10 energy to make a prediction. So every prediction you make costs 10 energy. You get 100 energy to start with. You can increase your total energy by the amount of Pokeballs that you own. And if you level up your Pokeballs, I actually have in total 239 energy, which means that I can predict a hell of a lot of games each game week, which means that I can basically be in loads of competitions and increase my chances to win more cash rewards each game week. Is the pink legendary? No, it's not. They're all different. So the pink's not legendary. I don't have any legendary Pokeballs. These ones here, okay. These 4 are rare. These are 4 rare ones. And then these 4 down here are common ones. What's that? What's the question? You goring out your hair for STM for something. Is that the question? We'll be buying a second ball with winnings of the first one. Love to hear it, Beasted and SB. How to get stickers? You can buy them. Yeah, the only way to get stickers is you need to buy them. And at the moment, there's only one sticker pack left. Look, they sell out really quickly. And the Pokeballs sell out really quickly too. So if you want to buy them, you have to kind of buy them quickly. You can buy them also at an external marketplace like OpenSea. But where you can, you should try and just pick them up on Pooky. Yeah. Yeah, you can. I said that. Yeah, I didn't say that, but you're right. You can also win the stickers as part of my weekly series that I do. You can't actually win stickers in the game at the moment, although in the future I think you will be able to. But I run a series on Pooky every week where you can win a sticker. And you know what? We haven't even announced the winner of the Beat the Base. I don't even know who's won it. Let's do that now. I don't know who's won it. Let's just do this prediction. Okay, who's won our Beat the Base from yesterday? Champions League, and then the leaderboard, and then the rivals here, and then we go into the base leaderboard. Alpho 88. I don't know if Alpho 88 is here. If you are here, you've just won the Beat the Base. You've won a Pooky sticker from me. So big congratulations. Big congratulations to you for winning Beat the Base. You've won yourself the Borussia Gladbach sticker. This one here. You are the Beat the Base winner from getting the most amount of points. So congratulations to you. How do you join Beat the Base? You just have to play Pooky, and I tell you what league you need to predict in. And then if you win that league, you then win the sticker. Pretty easy, actually. Let's go back. Let me show you how to do it on the Brazilian League, though. Okay. 1-1. Done. 1-1. Done. 1-1. Followed up with a done. It's so nice and easy to play Pooky. You can just play it like this, and it literally takes you 2 minutes to do, and then you can end up winning loads of cash rewards from it. Done. 1-1. 1-1. Done. We have 26 energy, which means that we can make a further 2 predictions, but we can't actually do them because the odds aren't available for these 2 yet. When the odds are available, I will then put, you guessed it, I will predict 1-1 for both of these games here. And then what we're predicting for all of the games that are happening in the Brazilian League this week is 1-1. And we're going to hope that that board draw 1-1 strategy will give us a top 50% finish so that we can then earn some of the Matic share, some of the crypto. Bro, I just made an account on Pooky. What should I do? You should follow these streams because then you'll know pretty quickly how to do it. If you've just joined, you should have 100 energy to spend. So you can predict on any league that you want in game week 54. So what's a league that you like? What's a league that you like to follow? Maybe the Premier League is a good one because that's quite popular. Let's just say that you want to predict, or you want to start to predict in the Premier League. Just click on the Premier League, the English League. Click on the English League here, and then just do your predictions, man. That's it. Use your Pokeball. Do your predictions. So maybe you think that Arsenal are going to win 4-0 or 5-0 or 1-0 or 2-0, or maybe Wolves are going to win. Whatever you think the score is going to be, just put it in. Use your Pokeball, and then just do place prediction, and that's it. And then once you've done all of them for a league, you're then ready to go. And then when the games play out, if you are accurate with your predictions, as in if you get part of it correct or if you get all of it correct, you'll then give you a certain amount of points and you can actually end up winning some rewards from it. Let's go back over to Sorare for a little bit, and then we'll come back to Pooky. Okay. Are you growing out your hair for a style? So what I do with my hair is I just basically grow it, and then it will just grow into dreadlocks. I don't know if you can see it right now. Do I have a dreadlock? Yeah, I don't know if you can see that, but like you see that there? That's like a dreadlock that's forming. And so I'm just growing my hair. And as I grow my hair, these little dreadlocks will grow and they'll get bigger and longer. And then eventually I'll come on these streams and I won't have this kind of fuzzy hair. I'll have like dreadlocks. And then, yeah, I'll be the dreadlock free tip scout, or the dreadlock scout. Did you see UC's new UI update? I did see it briefly, but I haven't had a chance to properly look at it. I'm going to look at it tonight, I think. I saw it on mobile. I saw the new like pitch and stadium thing, and that looked pretty cool. But I haven't seen the rest of it. Is there more to it than that? Because I couldn't work out if there was more to it than that. Let's do All-Star. So anti-airtag needs to come in here. Just visuals as far as I can see, yeah. That's what I could see too. It didn't look like it was anything to improve functionally. It just looked like it was visually improving it. If you want to know what we're talking about here, we are talking about a game called Ultimate Champions. You can play that game using the link in the chat as well. That will give you loads of freebies when you start playing it. You guys know the drill. All the links in here that I provide will give you something, an advantage, will give you something to use in the game. Hello to Madda. How you doing, man? Do we have anyone on here right now? It's a little bit quiet. Not on the chat for Twitch, but it's really quiet on YouTube. Do we actually have anyone on YouTube right now that's kind of watching? If we do, please write in the chat. I have no idea at the moment how many we have on YouTube. Actually, in fact, I don't think we've got anyone on YouTube right now. Look at that. I'm streaming to YouTube simultaneously so that we could try and reach a bigger audience. And I don't think there's anybody actually on YouTube that's logged into our stream. That's pretty dismal, isn't it? That's a sad fact. It doesn't look like it anyway. Mark Gork is now. Okay. Mark Gork is, though. Cool. Okay. Yeah, well, there we go. Thank you, Mark Gork. Yeah, we've got somebody on YouTube, even though we know that Mark's usually here on Twitch. Was just on YouTube, but thought it's better over here. Yeah. I think because this is the first time that I'm streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. And obviously going forward, we're always going to stream now to YouTube and Twitch. So eventually, hopefully, there'll be a bit of like a crowd that will grow on YouTube so that then people who get involved in the chat there are not just chatting to themselves, but they're actually chatting to a whole kind of community over there as well. But yeah, obviously at the moment, I don't think I didn't even announce that I was going to be streaming on YouTube. I just decided to do it today. And then, yeah, we're mainly known for being here on Twitch, aren't we? So eventually the following will grow over there, I think. I hope. But yeah, it's good to see that at least the YouTube stream is running and that Mark is over there representing on his own. You're holding the line. You're holding the fort, Mark, over there on your own for the YouTube Free Tip Scout community. Love it, man. Stream on TikTok too. That might be what I do in the future, but to do that, I would need to upgrade to like a paid plan for the software that I'm using. Basically, it's going to cost more to do it on TikTok in addition to YouTube and Twitch, and then it's also going to be more that I need to add on to the technical side of the string. But yeah, maybe in the future we do that too. Yeah. I love that Mark Gork is out there. Sopsy's over there as well. Love it. Sopsy, love it. So Mark's not on his own. Sopsy's over on YouTube as well. Love it. So you're not alone anymore, Mark. You've got Sopsy there to keep you company. Good stuff. I might need as it grows, just to let everyone know, I might need to have like a moderator on YouTube. I mean, obviously at the moment, this is the first time we've done it, so there's probably not many numbers over there. But as it grows, right, it's going to get to the point where I won't be able to check YouTube and Twitch at the same time on the stream. And I might need somebody just to kind of keep an eye on the chat over on YouTube so that any kind of idiots or any troublemakers can just be booted. So yeah, if anyone's kind of, maybe Sopsy, maybe you might be interested. I don't know if you would, but Sopsy's already a mod here on the channel on Twitch. So if anybody does want to be a mod on YouTube, it's going to be the easiest thing to do, I think, because yeah, we're only just starting out streaming on YouTube, and it will just be a case of just basically kicking anyone out. If you do want to do it, if you're interested, then just drop me a message after the stream. Let me know, and then I can just make you a mod on YouTube. And then yeah, you then get like full rights, and you can basically run the YouTube side of things when we're live on the stream. Right. Getting back to our lineup though for All-Star. I think we want to have a kind of good go at seeing if we can hit a reward in All-Star. The slight problem is that when I say that, we actually don't have a good goalkeeper for All-Star this weekend. We can't take Tascaran out. See, if we had Kastenmeier here, this would be a little bit better, but we don't. We need to have him in second div. So it needs to be Tangvik, and we need to hope that this team can somehow hit a really high score, even though we think Tangvik is going to hit a negative decisive. Okay. Defensively, we have Kosnu in here because we're not playing Kosnu in our under-23 team. And we kind of need to play him somewhere. My only kind of problem here is that if we play Kosnu, this is not realistically the best fixture to be playing Kosnu, but it's also not the worst, because even though it's Dortmund, it means that Kosnu should probably have a lot to do because they're going to be attacking, right? It's going to be quite an intense game. So defenders that are involved in these sort of games where they're really close and you've got two teams that are pretty even, defenders can actually do quite well in those types of games. But the problem will be is that if this is a high-scoring game, and let's say, for example, if Dortmund can score 2 goals against Kosnu, those 2 goals are then going to mean that he's going to be getting -8 from his overall score. So it's -4 points per goal, right? Is it -4 per goal conceded? It is, isn't it? Yes, -4. And it's just a lot. It's just too much, really. So I kind of don't mind having him here, but I'm just worried that this game is going to get too high scoring and that maybe Dortmund scores 2, and then it's going to restrict how high he can score for us in All-Star. So what I'm kind of doing is I'm just I'm running through my defenders here now, and you can see I've got loads actually, and I'm just trying to work out whether we can put somebody in here that has more of a chance of scoring better. And if we have that type of player, then we will play them, and then we'll take Kosnu out of here and put Kosnu in Cap 270, where we're not really too fussed if we can win or not, because we don't have a starting goalkeeper in limited Cap 270. Afternoon. So Gamichadinho's in the house. Afternoon, boss man. How are we doing? Did you manage to see my message yesterday? I didn't. No. Where did you send me the message? Because I was looking on Twitch. I didn't have a message from you. And on Twitter, I thought you said to me on the stream yesterday that you couldn't write me on Twitter because you weren't verified. Or was that on Twitch? Maybe that was on Twitch. I didn't have any message at all. I was keeping an eye out for it. And I was like, I even went back and like, rewatched the stream, the part where you were telling me you wanted to write me a message, but I didn't see it, man. I didn't see it. Yeah, please do try and send me a message on Twitch if you can. What's your Twitter name, Gamichadinho? Because if anything, I'll just drop you a message on Twitter, and then that will just open up the communication channel for us to talk on Twitter as well. So what's your name on Twitter? I can also see that Uga has redeemed a final player, so we are going to do a final player for Uga in a minute. Uga, if you want to let me know, I think you know how it works, right? just let me know all the things you need, and then we'll start searching for a player for you live on the stream. What's your Twitter name, Gamichadinho? Hi FCS, I need a rare forward. Can be a European player or an MLS player for the new season. My budget is around 0.06 ETH. Already have St. Tossen. Oh, do you really? I don't like that guy. I don't like him, but is he doing okay now? I thought he was absolute dog poo when he was at Everton. Is he doing okay now at Besiktas? He probably is, isn't he? Yeah, he is doing much better. Fair enough. Already have St. Tossen, Marlos Moreno, and Juan Otero as my rare forward. Okay, cool. I actually have a couple of ideas already in my head that I could give you. So yeah, we're going to do that in a second. Let me just find, yeah, he's always okay in Turkey, isn't he? Tossen is like, that's his safety haven, or his safe haven. When he's playing in Turkey, you know what you're going to get from Tossen. When he's playing outside of Turkey, he's going to be absolutely poo. Michadinho. This is you, right? This is you, isn't it, Michadinho? Could do Kick and OnlyFans as well. I think I'd prefer to do OnlyFans. Can you imagine? Free tip scout, reveal yourself. I don't think anyone's going to be tuning in for a new reveal yourself free tip scout fun coupon on OnlyFans. That is you. All right, man. Let me drop you a message. Here you go. Hey, you can now drop me a message back, and you can actually tell me what it is that you wanted to discuss with me, man. So there you go. Right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Find a player for Uga. So Uga is looking for a forward, a rare forward, and he doesn't mind if it's a European player or if it's a player who's an MLS player either. So that's quite cool. We can look at both actually. And he has a budget of around 0.06 ETH. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put Champion, Challenger, Second Div, and then we're also going to put the MLS in here. And then what we're going to do, let's put the budget in first of all. Okay, so we're looking for a value. I'm going to go up to 0.07, which is just a little bit more. Just because there's always some wiggle room, right? If you have a budget of 0.6, then usually you can get someone who's a little bit higher down to your budget. And then what we're going to do, more importantly, is if we're looking for a forward here, we do need a forward that's very decisive dependent, that's also very good at scoring decisives. And I think for the budget that we're working with, we can actually, we can afford to be a bit more aggressive by looking for someone who's quite clinical. So we're going to put that at 41. We're going to leave everything else as is, right? And then this is a 41 decisive average in their L40. We may tinker with the L15 just to see if it changes the results or not. But let's start with this for now. Nashville announced roster decisions. Joe Willis will be in the squad for next season. There you go. What did I say, guys? I was expecting that. Yeah, so Joe Willis's price is probably going to go up now, which is a bit of a shame. Because I kind of really wanted to pick up a Joe Willis when he was about £90, £100, but he's probably going to go up in price now. In fact, is he already going up in price? Let's have a little look. A little bit annoyed because I was hoping that Nashville would announce their roster for next season in a few weeks' time, so I could then go and buy a Joe Willis for around £100 or so. Probably the news hasn't really filtered out yet, but I'm guessing when it does is that he won't be around this anymore. He'll probably be closer to, like, well, he'll be maybe more, most likely, which is a little bit annoying. Because look, at one point he was £89. When I saw Joe Willis at that, I really wanted to buy him, but I didn't have technically the money to do it. But like a Joe Willis under £100 is such a steal, honestly. League One strugglers Lyon have sacked Italian manager Fabio Grosso after just 7 games in charge. Oh my God. The indignity for him. I always remember Fabian Grosso scoring that wonder goal in the World Cup, wasn't it? That was such an incredible goal. What was it, back in 2006, I think, wasn't it? Was it 2006 or 2000? It was 2006, wasn't it? What, I just bought Joe Willis 2 weeks ago as my rare goalkeeper, did you? Weird thing is, he didn't get an extension, so maybe still under contract. Someone said he wasn't on the potential free agent list earlier this fall. Here's something that a lot of people don't know, is that statistically, which is actually kind of funny to know this, right? When you look at the season that Joe Willis has had, right? He hasn't scored that good in Sorare. But if you look statistically at some of the metrics which goalkeepers get measured on, it's actually been one of his best seasons for Nashville. From the saves that he was making, distribution, just basically all of the metrics that you would associate with a goalkeeper. It's been one of his best seasons, even if it meant that on Sorare it hasn't looked like that, which is why he's just such a good pickup. Because if he had one of his best seasons, but he actually struggled to give you scores of 60 points or more, imagine what's going to happen next season when Nashville are going to do better. They're going to keep more clean sheets, which I think they will. And then he's actually just going to continue to do what he's always been doing, which is still performing like an absolute boss. Because he can get back to doing that, I think, next season. Great. I mean, I'm talking him up too much, aren't I? Like, I actually want this goalkeeper. I don't know why I want this goalkeeper, because he's a completely shit goalkeeper and nobody should get him. So if you've already bought Joe Willis, you've absolutely made a mistake there, right? Why would you buy Joe Willis? He's shocking. Don't get him. I wouldn't touch him with a barge pole, right? I need to stop talking up players that I haven't bought yet live on stream and then ended up paying more for them. Because this was the goalkeeper that I wanted to buy, but probably I've pumped his price now too much. Right. Anyways, let's not get distracted. Let's try and find the forward here for Uga. Okay. So at the moment, we are getting a load of great options here. Like almost too many good options. But we can be a bit more aggressive here. Let's take this up to that filter. You got him for 0.075. Honestly, I said on the stream, when Joe Willis was like £90, I was like, what the fuck is going on? How can Joe Willis be £90 as a starting rare goalkeeper? How on earth can he be £90? And I was like, I don't care that he's 35, 36, that he's at the end of his season, that there's a little bit of an uncertainty about whether he's going to play or not next season. I was like, if you know football and if you know the MLS, you know that Joe Willis is going to continue to be the number one. At 35, is young in the MLS. He's going to be staying there next season, I'm sure. And £90 for that type of player is just too low. I'm really annoyed that I didn't find a way to get him in. Right, who have we got here? Sort by L40 average, descending. Okay. Marvin Duch is in there. He's good. Gustavo Bo, funny enough, I think is leaving New England Revolution from what I've heard. He's on his way out. I wouldn't pick up Gustavo Bo. Karol Swiderski's a good pickup. Sobolev's really good. God, look at Colton Morris. Colton Morris is coming up here because he done really well in the championship, but not so much this season. This guy's brilliant. This guy's really good. He is 0.05. This is really good for this type of player. Keep in mind that he has a winter break. Don't forget, when planning for the summer, there is the international tournaments, but £90 is cheap. Yeah. £90 for the number one of one of the best teams in the MLS. It's far too cheap. Karol Swiderski, I think, is actually really good here, because Ugar said he doesn't mind if we look at a forward from the MLS. So I think if you were going to look at a forward from the MLS, then Karol Swiderski is a really good option, because Swiderski is he's a designated player for Charlotte. So he's a DP, which basically means that he is effectively their best player, which is why they pay him the most. He's only 26 still, and he's an international. So you not only get to use him for like MLS games, but you can also use him when he's with the Polish national team. And in the MLS, he actually scores lots of goals. He does really well. His AA is very good as well. And Charlotte are the type of team that are very attacking. So when you pick a forward that's playing for a team that's involved in lots of goals, then it's kind of like a win-win, because then the goals that they do score are largely going to come from this guy here, Karol Swiderski. And I do think actually that he's £85. He's £85. He's less than £100. I think that's so cheap. Really, I think that's so cheap for this type of player. So if you're going to look for an MLS type player, I would look at Karol Swiderski, and I would also look at, he did come up, but he's disappeared. I would also look at Daniel Shalhoub, who's 27, who's roughly around the same age, right? And roughly the same price as well in his average. The great thing with Shalhoub is that he's also part of the international team, but he doesn't really tend to play. He doesn't tend to start for Hungary at the moment. The great thing with him is his AA is even better. He's also playing for another heavy attacking team. Look, always involved in over 2.5 goals, and he has the potential to hit you more higher end scoring. So I'd be looking at Daniel Shalhoub. I'd be looking at Swiderski. And then I think for a European option, it's funny. I mean, like, Sobolev, I'm a big fan of here. But he's playing in a league that has a big winter break. But I'm a huge fan of Sobolev, and I think that Sobolev at 0.03 is just ridiculous. I think it's stupid that a player of this quality is so cheap. I also think this guy here, Konstantin Tukavin, is too cheap as well. He's a little bit pricier on the floor price, but his average is 0.0697. So you could get him for 0.07. Keep in mind with this guy is that even though he's playing in the Russian Premier League, there might actually be a possibility that he moves and he gets a move to a European club. He's a top talent, and he's one of the top young forwards that's coming out of Russia at the moment, and you can see why. So I actually had his rare card, and I kind of spent a lot to pick up his rare card. I can probably show you when I picked him up. If we go to all here, look, you can see I bought him. I bought him for £458 back in March, and I bought him because I really believe that this guy is a fantastic top talent. Again, it's the winter break, which means that you'll be missing a little bit of utility from him mid-season, but when he's playing, he's going to hit you some mad scores. And the great thing, of course, with him being in the Russian Premier League is that Sorare can't mint any more cards of this player. So if you get into him and he continues to smash it, then the only way his price can go is up, effectively, because nobody can get this player, or there's not enough managers that can get this player. So, yeah, Tukavin, Sobolev, and then also, I'm going to mention it, it's a little bit Well, Mariki's in here. Mariki's brilliant. He's well worth a look. But another player that I'm going to talk about is actually Borja Mayoral. So Borja Mayoral being 26 and only £69 is a travesty. Honestly, like this, for me, this kind of sums up how crazy the market is right now. That Borja, who for me is a fantastic player, a proper goal scorer, no matter where he plays, he always gets goals. He doesn't have a lot of AA. That's the only thing you can say about him in Sorare. His AA is very low. So he does struggle to give you the high end, like someone like a Sobolev or a Tiakavin or a Sviderski or a Shaloi. But I think he's very consistent at scoring goals when he starts. The problem with him is that in the past, he's not quite found a place where he could start. But now he's at Getafe. He's starting a lot. And look at what he's doing here. Like, it's only a matter of time before he gets a hat-trick, I think. And he's only 26 still. A lot of people forget that Borja used to be at Real Madrid. So you're investing in somebody that if Real Madrid thought were good, then they should be good for you as well. So it's probably a player that I don't hear enough managers talking about, but he's actually hitting some incredible form. He's really enjoying his football. And even though he's not going to give you the high end like the other guys, I still think that there's a big potential for this guy to increase in value as well, because I think £70 for him is actually low. I think it's too low. So he is linking up with the Man United outcast good as well. Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah. So those would be the option for you, Ugar, that I would focus on. I like Mariki as well. Also, thank you for the follow, Barco. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the channel. I really do like Mariki. Yeah, I like Mariki a lot. Again, you know what you're getting with Mariki because you're getting like a proper goal scorer. Someone who's proven it doesn't matter who he goes up against. He's usually going to score against them if we can get this loaded. He's still quite young, and he's also giving you international utility for the Kosovan national team. I do like him a lot. I think it's probably a good time to be looking at picking him up, given that he's injured, isn't he, at the moment? Yeah, back at the end of December, yeah. So I don't think you can go wrong picking up a Mariki either. If I was going to pick a Mariki or a Borja, who would I pick? I think that I would pick Borja, even though Mariki, for the same price, basically gives you extra utility. I would be picking up Borja over Mariki because Borja's like 3 years younger. And I think that Borja's playing for, in my opinion, a better team as well, Getafe. So yeah, but they're both really good options. Yeah, he's really good, Mariki. He's really good. He's another one of those forwards in Sorare that kind of suffers a little bit because of the fact that with the scoring matrix, it's not really his style of playing football isn't really suited to the scoring matrix, right? Because even when he does do good, he struggles to kind of give you those scores of 80 points or more, but he's very consistent at giving you scores of 60 points or more. If you look at this here, in the past 42 games, he's delivered what? 15 scores of 60 points or more. So he's kind of like he's effectively like a 1 in 3 player, but he's a very good player still. Yeah. A lot of good options there. I think the thing with your finder player is that you have basically too much choice because with your budget and the prices of cards right now, it's like take your pick. There's so many more on this list that you could look at. We didn't even talk about Giacomakas either. We didn't even talk about him. He was brilliant. He was brilliant for Atlanta in his first season. Another brilliant option for the MLS. We didn't talk about Klaus. We only briefly talked about this guy here, Gusung. We didn't talk about Mamadou Fall. Mamadou Fall is a forward that is massively overlooked, in my opinion. When you look at his AA is consistently like 10 points or more. And he's actually been hitting some great scoring too. He plays every single game. He's quite consistent. It's another good one. There's so many good forwards out there, but yeah, if I was in your position, I would probably be looking at those players that we talked about first, I think. What's the deal, by the way? I can't remember. What is the deal with Borgia? Like, as in, like, what's his contract situation? Because he's there permanently now, right? Yeah, he's there at Getafe permanently. Yeah. Because that's the thing with Borgia. He was at Real Madrid for so long, but then he was at loads of other clubs whilst he was still technically on Real Madrid's books, right? So I couldn't work out whether he was there at Getafe on loan from Real Madrid or whether he was actually there permanently. But yeah, I can see he's moved permanently now. But look at how long Real Madrid kind of didn't want to let him go. They had him from what? Look, from 2013, came up through the academy, then he got loaned out to Wolfsburg, he got loaned out to Levante, he got loaned out to Roma. They didn't want to let him go, really, but then eventually they had to because they were setting their sights higher, weren't they? But he's still so young. He's had look at that. Look at the clubs that he's had under his belt. He's still so young. And what I love about Borgia is that, look, he's got 8 goals in 14 games for Getafe, 1 assist, right? If you actually look at his goal scoring record, he's got 98 goals in 302 games and 26 assists. And if you think about it, Borgia has only really started to emerge as a sure starter like today, like now. Prior to that, he was just like a bit part player for the clubs he was out on loan with. He was never really starting properly enough for like Levante and Roma and Wolfsburg. He had these little stretches, but then he would often be rotated out. So I love Borgia. I just sold him recently because I traded him to get a rare card. But if I wasn't doing that, I would have kept his limited card. All right. What's the best way to use to transfer champ into Ether? Oh, dear. Yeah. That old chestnut. The best way to do it, Graham, the best way to do it is to transfer your champ to a wallet like MetaMask. Then at MetaMask, transfer your champ to I transferred it to Binance, right? The Binance exchange. And then at the Binance exchange, you can then convert. Well, technically at the MetaMask wallet, you need to convert the champ into like Matic or Ether, something like that. And then you can send it to a Binance wallet and then you exchange. And then from there, you can then send it to another exchange. It was pretty messy. That's the way that I done it. And it wasn't that great to do. It's the one thing that puts me off with Ultimate Champions at the moment is that the champ is fine, but kind of getting the champ out and then because the champ that they give you now that they reward you sits on the Binance blockchain, right? It sits on the I don't think it's called the Binance blockchain, but it sits on the blockchain that's owned by like Binance, right? And so it makes it really tricky. It's the BNB chain, isn't it? It makes it really tricky to get it off the BNB chain and get it into your bank account because if you try and send it to the Binance exchange, which is part of the BNP, whole network, you can't withdraw from Binance in the UK. Like they're not, you're not allowed to. There's no way for you to do it. So then what you have to do is you have to transfer it from the Binance exchange to say Coinbase, and then you can withdraw there. But they don't have, they're not authorized Binance by they're not authorized by any financial authority in the UK where you can withdraw money from Binance. You can deposit, but you can't withdraw. I don't even think you can deposit anymore. When I was looking at in the summer, you could deposit, but you couldn't withdraw, which then meant that if you deposited, you would need to find a way to then move it to a different exchange where you could then take that money out. Does that make sense, Graham? Is that making sense, what I just talked about there? I know it probably sounded confusing, but did it make sense to you? Are you still there, Graham? Yeah, it makes sense. So very messy then. I'll hold back for now. Then I only have $7 at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, it was horrible. When I done it, Graham, I done it back in January. And when I done it, it took me, I'm not kidding you, it took me the whole weekend. Or it took me all day Saturday. It took me about 10 hours to work out how the freaking hell I was able to do it. And I was supposed to write a guide about it to then post it up on my website when I had the website. But obviously I stopped doing the website, so I didn't post the guide. But it was an absolute nightmare. It really pissed me off. I was in such a bad mood after that. Imagine spending 10 hours trying to work out, like in today's age, how to transfer, how to get your money out of a crypto game. And one of the reasons why it took so long is that unfortunately in Ultimate Champions, they are very bad at giving you how, like an explainer, like a guide on how to do it. Like there is not one that explains that process in Ultimate Champions, right? So then what you do is you then Google for it. And on Google, you know what it's like. One website says, this is how you do it. And then you look at it and you think, okay, let's just double check it. And then another website tells you something completely different. So there was not one specific way. There was not one answer. It was a freaking pain. Anyway, let's talk more action. Let's crack on. Right. We had a giveaway time activated. I didn't even notice that. How can there be a giveaway time that's activated in the stream? But there's been no, I don't think anybody in the stream celebrated that we had a giveaway time, no? Usually when we have it, yeah, like that. Like usually when I see the chat, because most of the time I'm not always looking at the chat. So I'm often just looking at a screen, the screen you can see, and then I'll kind of look at the chat where I can. But if I see that like there's loads of crazy emotes going on in the chat, then I would have stopped talking about 10 minutes ago and I would have just got on with the giveaway. But I didn't even see, there was nothing going on in the chat. Guys, you got to let me know in the chat when we have these giveaways, right? I don't know sometimes if I'm so involved in explaining stuff, right? You gotta give me a little bit of a pointer. Who wants to win some cards? Who wants to win some cards here? If you want to win some cards, you're gonna have to come over to Twitch here. You do need to be a subscriber to my Twitch channel. If you're a subscriber on YouTube, you cannot win. You must be a subscriber on my Twitch channel. So the giveaways that we do are for Twitch subscribers, not YouTube. So yeah, if you want to win some cards, head over here to Twitch, and then you can actually start to win some cards as well. Yeah, you speak about Champ left everyone stunned. Yeah, it's a bit of a freaking mess though, trying to get it out. Yeah. If anybody is getting stuck, by the way, just one last thing on it. If anybody is getting stuck with like how to take the champ out, then just let me know and I can probably try and explain it to you. Let me just readjust a little bit. All right. We need to give away some cards here. So you must be a subscriber to my Twitch channel. If you've already subscribed before we went live, you have a chance to win some cards here today. What cards do we want to give away here, guys? Let's have a little gander here. James Holland's not a bad card to give away. Richard Sanchez is a good one as well. Let's give away Richard Sanchez, and let's give away James Holland. And let's also give away Ramazan Sivalek. Let's give away those 3 cards there. Who's the player? So Sivalek, Sanchez, or Holland? Which one do you guys want to win the most out of those 3? Let me know in the chat on YouTube and also on Twitch. So even though you can't technically win on YouTube, let me know which one you would like to have won in the chat. Or not. Or not. Nothing in the chat. All right. I would honestly give away more, but yeah, let's just do it. I can see that the chat's getting a bit tired. Let's just do the giveaway here. A bit of a shame. Let's just do it. Okay. Let's bring up the site here. Let's dive into this here. All right. Let's go down. We have 112 subs. Okay. So remember, guys, if you want to win cards from me, then you do need to be a subscriber to my Twitch channel. So not on YouTube. Come and subscribe over on Twitch, and then you have a chance to win cards daily. Let's generate the number here. So good luck, guys, and away we go. First number is number 90. So number 90 wins this card here, Sivalek. Let's go and find out who number 90 is right now. Okay, the White Pele. The White Pele, you've just won yourself a Ramazan Sivalek card. So congratulations to the White Pele there, man. We usually see the White Pele in here. If you are here, the White Pele, then congratulations to you, buddy. The next card we're giving away is Richard Sanchez. Let's find out who wins him. Number 7. So number 7 wins the Richard Sanchez card. Number 7 is Ligma. Ligma. Do we have Ligma here? Richard Sanchez is going over to Ligma. So there you go. Ligma, you've just won yourself a Richard Sanchez. And then last but not least, we have one more card to give away here. That card is James Holland. Let's find out who's going to win the James Holland card here. Number 4. Okay, so the last winner is number 4. And number 4 is Lub88. So Lub88, you have just won yourself a James Holland card. So, lovely stuff that. We have 3 winners here. Number 4, Lub88, who wins James Holland. Number 7, Ligma, who wins Richard Sanchez. And then number 90, the White Pele, who wins Ramazan Sivalek. Congratulations to the 3 subs on the channel. Thank you so much, guys, for subbing to the channel. If you do want to win cards daily and have a chance of winning cards daily, then you do need to head over here to Twitch. Subscribe to my Twitch channel. You can do so absolutely for free if you have an Amazon Prime account. It doesn't cost you anything at all, and it helps to support the channel, and it means then that you can enjoy all the benefits of the streams. But importantly, and I think for a lot of you guys, the big benefit is winning cards from giveaways that we do, and also just from the series that we do. That's not really a word, is it? Series. It feels like it should be, but it's not. But from the series that we do, you have a chance to win cards as well, because there are some cards, for example, our SO5 team, where we're potentially giving away £25 worth of cards each week. You do definitely need to be a subscriber over on Twitch here, so that you can win those cards every week. So thank you to everyone's support. And yeah, the winners who have just won, I'll get in touch with you after the stream, and I'll let you guys who have won know how to win. And don't worry if you haven't won, because tomorrow when we go live again, you'll all have a chance to win more cards if there's another giveaway time that's activated on the stream. Lucky Lub once again. Yeah, he does win quite a bit, doesn't he, Lub? He's got like a... Oh, here's Ligma. There we go. Yeah, Ligma, you won. Congratulations to you. The stream hasn't ended, by the way. So if you're thinking that the stream's ended, it hasn't. So do stick around if you can, because we have more to do. And in fact, what we're going to do right now is we're going to get our all-star team finished, and then we are going to do some predictions on Pooky. So we were putting in, that's it there, anti-air egg. This is a good fixture. We were just weighing up, weren't we, whether we put Kosnu in here. See you guys. Good stream. Thank you so much, Cyrilla K. Catch you on the next one, man. Thank you so much for jumping in. No worries at all, Ligma. You're very welcome, buddy. Thank you for the support on the stream. Thank you for your sub, man. You've won a card before, haven't you, Ligma, on the stream? I think you've won a few, no? I think you've won a couple from memory. I mean, I don't know just off the top of my head, but I kind of recall that I've contacted you a few times. I could be wrong, that you've won on the stream. So if that's the case, it's working out good for you, isn't it, man? I have won a couple in the space of 1 week, I think, a long time ago. Yeah, it's doing good, man. Ooh, okay. Who have we got here? Okay. Guys, what do you think we should do here? Do we put Tony Leisner in here instead of Kosunu? No, maybe we keep Kosunu, but maybe we take out... Maybe we take out Matteo Maric, actually. Let's take out Matteo Maric. And then... Let's play Tony Leisner in as the extra here. Where's he gone? Where are you, Leisner? Where are you? There he is there. Cap 220. Let's put Leisner in there. I don't know whether having the captaincy on Ben Sheaf is the right call here. He's got quite a difficult game, but he's in really good form. Who would you guys captain in this team right now? Ipswich is horrible, isn't it? It's not good at all. They're so difficult. They're doing so well. Like, I want to keep him in because he's in good form, right? But I don't think it's the right play to put Ben Sheaf as the captain in an away game against... Where are they? Are they second, Ipswich? They're up there, aren't they? Yeah, they're second. God, imagine if Ipswich get back into the Premier League. It's been so long since Ipswich were in the Premier League. And I can tell you, because I used to be a little kid when Ipswich were in the Premier League, and I was collecting Merlin stickers, and Ipswich Town at the time when they were in the Premier League, they were one of those teams that were really, for some reason, they were really well, maybe it was just for me. I found them really easy to collect for. I had too many Ipswich players and I had not enough Man United players or the teams that I really wanted to collect for when I was like a little kid in the playground. And I couldn't even give my Ipswich Town players away at some point. I remember I just had like tons, like packs and packs and just loads of Ipswich Town players. I just couldn't shift them. Hello, mate. I've just redeemed the Show Me the Money. Have you really? Let's have a little look. He has indeed. Wow. Okay, so this is a good one. So if you're tuning in from YouTube, you won't know what this is about, but I'm going to tell you. If you're also tuning in from Twitch, then you might not know what this is if this is the first time that you have been on one of my streams. So let me tell you what we're going to do. If I can, I've got this really annoying bit at the back, haven't I? Damn hair. There we go. Oh my God, that's even worse. Sorry, guys. Having a bad hair moment. Show me the money. What is Show Me the Money? I'm going to buy Connor a card live on the stream that I'm then going to send him. It's a card worth up to £10. He gets a card that I buy him. And do you know why he gets it? Because he has been on the Twitch stream supporting the channel consistently, and he has saved up 75,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons, which he's now just cashed in. So I am going to buy him a card worth up to £10, and I'm going to send it to him. It's a card that you guys can all win as soon as you hit 75,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons on the channel. I'm looking at the new season card of Hiragota. Irons FC is my manager name. Okay, so we'll look at doing that now for you, man. Let's go and find a new season card of Hiragota that we can buy. We can go and buy for Connor and send to Connor. Do you now have to pay transaction fees with Sequence Wallet on Pooky? Really interesting that you asked that, Griff Dog, because earlier today, let me bring it up for you. Earlier today, I was reading a little update on Pooky on the Discord. If we go into the Discord here, okay, Pooky, and then if we go into, where did I see it? I think I saw it in the was it in the announcements? Yeah, look here. Now, this is interesting. So, where did they write it? Yeah, so this was back on the 16th of November. They were talking about, due to the spike in gas fees, that they were basically saying here. Where was it? Yeah, here. They were saying here. This was a long time ago, right? So it has changed. I'm going to show you now. They were saying on the 16th, which was 14 days ago, that typically they absorb the gas fees associated with Sequence Wallets transactions, but given the high gas fees at the moment, they've not been able to do it, so they've suspended that support, and so the gas fees were now your responsibility when it came to the Sequence Wallets. However, when we go back down here, a day later, they said, hey all, we have re-enabled gas support for the Sequence Wallet users. The spike seems to have settled. We will, however, be monitoring this, and if it spikes again, we may pause it again. And that was the last time that they talked about that. Oh no, here we go. Look, today, here, look. And then look, they posted an update again today, just before I went live. Just a heads up, gas fees are currently spiking. As a result, Sequence gas support has been temporarily put on hold. So basically, when the gas fees are spiking, you're not going to be able to get make a transaction with your Sequence wallet for free, because then Pooky aren't going to pay for it. So yeah, at the moment you have to incur the cost on it. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting though, because I kind of spotted this message early and I had no idea that they'd done that even on the 16th. So I missed that from 2 weeks ago. But yeah, the gas prices I noticed yesterday when we were doing Pooky, like it was asking us to pay 8p to create a transaction on the blockchain. Now 8p doesn't sound like a lot, but when it usually costs 1p to create a transaction on the blockchain using a MetaMask wallet, 1p versus 8p is a big difference, right? So even if you don't have a sequence wallet, even if you guys out there are playing Pooky with a MetaMask wallet, just be careful because the gas fees are going up. They are spiking. And so if you don't need to, claim rewards, or if you don't need to do anything that creates a blockchain transaction, then don't do it, because otherwise you're going to pay too much in gas fees. What's this here as well? This was from 4 minutes ago. We might as well read this. This is literally from 4 minutes ago. Hey, Pooky fam. We're writing to inform you about an upcoming adjustment to Ascension pricing effective Tuesday, 12th of December. The new pricing will be set at 15% of the Ascended marketplace rarity cost. Okay. What is it currently? What is it currently? Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. So it was different, wasn't it? It was scaled, I think, if I understand correctly, if I remember correctly. That wasn't it that if you went higher up, that it scaled higher, like it was a different percentage. It might have been that. I can't remember off the top of my head what the current pricing is for Ascension, but it's going to be 15%. It's going to be 15% in December. Okay, look. This was what it was. So prices are calculated as 10% of the higher rarity mint value. So it's going to be 15% now. I guess they're trying to make it so that it's sustainable for them. So yeah, it sounds like it's gone up a little bit. It's going to go up. Let's come off this though. Let's not forget what we're doing here. We're buying a new card if we can. Yeah, we can buy a new card. We can buy this Branimir Hiragota card here. This one, I think we can, if we can buy it with cash. Can we buy that one with cash? Yeah, we can. Let's buy this one here. Confirm and pay now. And the reason we're buying it is because we're going to give it away. All right. So we've just bought a new season card of Branimir Hiragota for, what was that? For £8.84. And we're now going to send it as a reward to Connor. Connor, are you still here in the chat? I'm hoping that you are. I'm sure you are. Thank you so much, Connor. Yeah, you drop that tweet and I'll retweet it. It helps me out massively, so thank you, man. And then we're going to go and find Irons here. It's Irons FC, isn't it? Is this you? This is you here, isn't it, Connor? Yeah, Connor. Right, let's send him the new card of Branimir Hiragota. Hopefully we've got it now. Hasn't come through yet. Just double check it. Okay. So Branimir Hiragota. I think we have him now. I think we do. Let's go back here. There we go. Branimir Hiragota. We're going to send that straight over to Connor. Connor, a big thank you for all your support on the streams, man. Massive, because getting to 75,000 free Tip Scout Fund coupons is not easy. It takes a lot of time jumping on the streams, and yeah, you've been on the streams for a long time, man. Supporting the streams, so you've earned that card, and I hope that that card really helps you in Sorare this weekend. Let me know how you get on with it. But yeah, guys, if you want me to buy you a card worth up to £10, then just jump on as many streams as you can, especially over here on Twitch, because that's really where you need to be jumping on to earn those free Tip Scout Fund coupons. And simply when you earn 75,000, you tell me what card you want me to go and buy for you. I'll go and buy it for you live on the stream, and I'll just go and send it to you. That's it. No strings attached. You get a card worth up to about £10 that I will buy you as a reward to say thank you for your support on the stream, as we're doing here. So don't miss out on it. We'll send it to Connor. We'll send it to Connor. There we go. And that's another Show Me the Money done. So we will have another Show Me the Money when you guys, one of you guys reaches 75,000, and we have the cooldown, because there's a cooldown, because it's such an epic reward that there's like a week cooldown on it. So next week, if somebody has 75,000 again, then we will go and buy another card worth up to £10 for that person and send that to them to say thank you for the support. Sopsy, you legend. Thank you so much for jumping on, man. And not only jumping on Twitch, but thank you for jumping on to the YouTube as well to see how everything's going on over there. So thank you so much, man. Sopsy, catch you a little bit later, maybe. On the next one, we have another stream later tonight. If not, catch you tomorrow, buddy. I got a decent amount of Matic from previous Pooky game week and tempted to buy another sticker pack, but my last one was so useless, it's throwing me off. Griff Dog, let me show you something. Let me show you something. Okay, on Pooky. Was you on the stream yesterday, Griff Dog? Was you on the stream from yesterday? Actually, I need to tell everybody about this, because I think that if you was on the stream and you were wondering why I was making such a big deal about this, I'm going to now show you exactly why I was making such a big deal about this on the stream yesterday. Yesterday or Tuesday? I can't even remember when we bought this now. It might have been yesterday, it might have been Tuesday. The streams are rolling into one. Basically, we bought a sticker pack on Pooky either yesterday or the day before. We bought a starter pack, the one that you buy for 12 Matic, right? We bought it for 12 Matic, and in our starter pack, we got this card here, right? The Dallas sticker. And we also got this card here, this sticker card here, right? And I went absolutely bonkers on the stream when we unpacked that. I went bonkers on the stream because this is such a powerful card, a powerful sticker to win on Pooky. There's only 26 in circulation. For a common, this is super valuable, right? And let me show you. Not only does it look cool and it looks special because it's got this little bit of a like a wear and tear to it kind of look to it, right? Let me go back to Discord and show you. Did I see it on Discord? I think I saw it on Discord. Let me try and find this for you, right? Because this is why I went mad for this sticker. I was even saying on the stream, I don't want to give this sticker away because like this sticker is so powerful, so valuable that I want to keep it. But I'd already committed and said that I would give it away as part of the Beat the Base. But I don't think you guys know how big this is, right? Let me show you. Let's go into Pooky here. And where was it? Yeah, here we go. Here we go, right? This was an update from yesterday that Greg posted on the Pooky Discord, right? Look at what he wrote. Look at what he wrote, right? They're changing some of the stickers. So with the Argentinian, Brazilian, Japanese, and MLS leagues, basically, kind of at the end of their season, they're being removed and the international nation stickers are being removed, right? So they're just rotating what you can win from the sticker packs, right? Look at this here with the red alert. This now means that for both Pokeballs and stickers only, European League and clubs can be pulled from the marketplace on top of specialized stickers, right? Given the extreme rarity, 1 out of a 200 chance we did leave the international boost sticker. This is one of the rarest stickers to win. The sticker that we pulled the other day in a starter pack, right? A common international boost sticker. You have a 1 in 200 chance to win. And it's so rare that they're going to leave it in because actually it's so difficult to win that it doesn't make a difference if they leave it in. It's so difficult to win. And this international boost sticker is the sticker that we pulled. And it is the sticker, this one here, that I am going to be giving away in Beat the Base. And I already said it when we pulled it. I said, I don't want to give it away, but I had already committed to giving this sticker away. This is how big this sticker was. And this is why I went mad on the stream when we pulled it. I think probably you guys were thinking at the time, like, what's he going on about? Like, why is he getting so excited about a common international sticker? This is why. This is a common, but it's actually not a common. It's technically one of the rarest cards in the game. The rarest, one of the rarest stickers you can get in the game. And I'm pretty sure if you went to sell this, you'd probably get quite a bit for it as well. And we are giving it away in Beat the Base. I don't know when I'm giving it away, but I'm probably going to be giving it away before Christmas. So if you want to win this, and there's only 26 of these in circulation, make sure that you are playing Pooky. Again, the link in the chat. So there's the link right there. Make sure you're playing it. Make sure you're playing Beat the Base. Make sure that you add me as a rival, like as Mixelin done. So Mixelin added me as a rival. Find me on here. Add me as a rival. When you do that, you have a chance of winning one of the rarest stickers that you can actually win and get on Pooky, the international boost sticker. This one here, which I don't want to give away, but we are going to give it away to one of you guys who's playing Pooky, and if you're playing Beat the Base. Free Tip Scout FBL Thinker. Hey FTS, how's it going? Was caught up in work, so joining in late. Thank you so much for joining, FBL Thinker. This is the first stream that I'm doing, the first of many going forward now, where we're going to be simultaneously streaming live on Twitch and also YouTube. So if you went on YouTube right now, you'll be able to find that we are live on YouTube as well. Pretty cool. Obviously, there's big benefits to still being on Twitch. For example, the free Tip Scout Fund coupons. You also get the opportunity on Twitch to be winning the cards, right? I'm not giving the cards away, unfortunately, on YouTube. You have to be a sub on my Twitch channel to win them. But if you happen to be on YouTube, or if you just prefer to just browse YouTube more, make sure you subscribe to me on YouTube as well, guys, because then you're going to get the notification when we have a live stream happening on YouTube, and you can just jump in and get involved in the chat between guys over here on Twitch and also the guys that are going to be over on YouTube as well for the streams. I got Fortaleza and Genoa club stickers. That's pretty good. I mean, yeah, you say that they're useless, but they're good. They're good kind of stickers to win, though. To be fair, yeah, they're good stickers though. Like, it's probably not right for you based on the ball that you've got, but they're actually okay. You could maybe look at selling them. Have you thought about doing that, Griff Dog? Why don't you think about selling those Pooky stickers and then trying to get the money back from them, where you can have another shot at buying a sticker pack, or even just buying a sticker that you want from the external marketplace. So yeah, I'm probably going to send another. I mean, I thought it was so funny because I only just saw that message from, it was Greg, who's one of the marketing leads at Pooky. I only just saw, I think it was today before I went live, that they actually mentioned this sticker here. And this is the sticker that we've got, that we are lucky enough to have had. And as I say, look, of all the stickers that I've got, like this sticker here, this common sticker is way more valuable than the rare sticker of Wales. Way more valuable. Like, if you were able to get this sticker in rare in like epic, in legendary. Oh my god, you'd be able to sell it for mad amounts, I'm sure. Mad amounts. And even if you didn't want to sell it, this would be a crazy good sticker to have on a Pokeball. So this is the best sticker that we've got, and one of you guys is going to win it. What's that sticker worth? I'm not sure how that works. I don't know how much it's worth, actually. I don't know if anyone's selling it. Should we have a little look? Is anybody actually selling that? Let's go on to OpenSea, and if we type in Pooky here, I'm actually kind of curious to know how much that might be worth. Pooky stickers, here we go. Okay, can we, let's type in international. Is that going to be coming up? Okay, no. However, why don't we go down here? I don't think there's going to be a trait for it because it's not a nation. Obviously, it's international. It's not a league. Oh, wow. Is this like really unique? Okay, nation, league, special. Maybe it's a special one? No. Oh, what's that there? Let's search for this by common though. Let's have a little look if we can search for common. Maybe we can find where's the rarity? Here we go. There's 6,649 common stickers. Wow, that's a lot. There's so many of them here. How can we find the international one? I mean, you can see the commons here. So it's actually, there's a massive marketplace for the stickers. But I actually think that we're going to struggle to find. What happens if we type in? What happens if we type in Berlin here? Is it going to? Okay, so look, Berlin red comes up. Okay, so let's type in our sticker that we've got, like the actual name of it. The actual name of it is international. It is a special sticker. But it is actually a special sticker. The others were not. So look here. Okay, so we need to look for a special. Let's go back. And then if we go down, how can we find the special stickers here? Not prestige. We don't need prestige here. Not club. Got these down here, but I don't really know what this is kind of telling me. Like special 6.96 to 27.24. Yeah, maybe that's what we could do. That's a good shout. Let's do price high to low. Look. Even these stickers here, these are not special stickers. You see? Like this sticker here, not this one. This one here actually has the word special. Like it is special. There's not many special. I don't even think there's another special type. I think this is the only special type. And all these ones here just have exact score, attribute increase. They're not special. Let's have a little look. Like, this is mega. Honestly, this sticker that we've got is so mega. I love that we pulled it. Honestly, I think you can sell this for a bit. I don't see any special stickers here. Now we're just getting into clubs, right? So we're getting into clubs here. I think you could easily sell. What's the highest one here? Okay, so look. So this home sticker. So guys, you remember when we won the home sticker on the stream? And I gave away I gave away a home sticker, right? We won it, and I gave it away as part of the Beat the Base. And I was saying to everyone, you have no idea how powerful that home sticker is. That home sticker is huge, absolutely huge. The home sticker at the moment, the common one, I don't think it's going to sell for 100 Matic, right? So let's get that right. But based on the price of high to low, this has been listed as the most expensive. And to be honest with you, I kind of get it because it's so powerful. And we gave that one away, and that's not even a special sticker. This one here, this one is a special sticker. And you can even tell it's special because look, it's got that weird, like as I say, wear and tear to it, which is super unusual. And the fact is that you can use this for every international game that happens. It will give you a boost for every international game. Not if a specific team's playing, any international game, it will give you a boost. This one sticker, I'm telling you, you could sell for a lot. You could sell for a lot. I don't know how much you could sell it for. I'd like to be able to see like whether this is sold, but I don't think we can see it. Look, when we type international in here, it's not going to come up. This could potentially be a sticker worth loads. Not this one. I keep going back to this one. This could potentially be a sticker worth loads. What I would say is that the starter pack that we got this sticker from, the starter pack costs 12 Matic. For sure. Like, no question about it. This sticker alone, you could easily sell for more than the cost of the pack. Easily. Probably 3 times what the cost of the pack is worth, I would say. So maybe around 36 Matic. And that'd probably be too cheap, by the way. They're probably way too cheap. Did you see packs in UC have changed? I haven't seen that. No. Have they changed for the better? Like, honestly, I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure if I said that I wasn't going to like give this out, which I am, right? Because I'm a man of my word. And I said before we opened up the stickers that we were going to give this like whatever we got, would give them away as part of Beat the Base, right? I'm pretty sure that if I hadn't have done that, and that if I wanted to sell this sticker, I'm pretty sure I could make a mad amount of money selling this one. There's only 26 of these, and it's so powerful. And the fact that it's got this like design as well, which kind of makes it look very unique. It's probably the most unique common. And as I say, I think it's the rarest sticker because they've even mentioned it, Pooky, that you have a 1 in 200 chance to get this. And we've got it, which is insane. How do you win money on Pooky? Wolfie, very easy. Who wants to know how you win money on Pooky? We have talked about this a lot. Who actually doesn't know how to play Pooky here on the stream right now? Because if you don't, it's cool. Just tell me, and I will literally give you the crash course in how you can play Pooky and how you can win money, like week in, week out on Pooky. Because it's not complicated to do. It's not. We've been covering it for the last 6 months, and every day when I stream, I always show you guys and show on the stream the process that I take to try and do well on Pooky. And it's a process that's working well because, like, for example, last week we won, I think it was like 12 Matic or something. The week before that, we won about 18 Matic. The week before that, we won about 30 Matic. All of that combined, it's about 40, 50 pounds there alone over the course of 3 weeks. And we don't even have the best Pooky balls either. We didn't even do that great, yet we were just cleaning up. So if you guys want to know, I can give you the crash course right now. Free Tip Scout still trying to figure it out, but seems they have implemented a tiered card structure. Okay, I'm going to need to check that out. I did see the UI change that they made, but it looked only visual, like rather than functional. I need to check out UC tonight. Right. Let's do a crash course, right? We've actually got 5 minutes until the end of the stream. We have 5 minutes until the end of the stream. I'm going to give everybody live on the stream the 5-minute crash course on how to play Pooky and how to win on Pooky. This is the crash course, right? 5 minutes to explain Pooky and to explain to you guys how to do good in it. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go back to the main screen on Pooky. Right. Pooky is a sports prediction game. Sports prediction game. What that means is that when you play Pooky, you are predicting on whether you think a team is either going to win, lose, or draw, and how many goals are going to be scored in that game. That's essentially the two main things you're trying to do on Pooky. Who wins the game, so what the match result's going to be, and how many goals are scored in that game. Really simple. The way you play it is you need Pooky balls. You can get a Pooky ball for free using the link in the chat right there. There's the link. Use that link. Get started with that link. It will give you a free Pooky ball to start playing the game. When you sign up to the game, you have a couple of options. You can use the free Pooky ball that you get with that link to start playing the free-to-play league, where you can predict in whatever league you want with the energy that you get. And everybody who starts gets 100 energy. Okay, that's everybody who starts always gets 100 energy. You can increase that energy by buying Pooky balls, but we'll explain that later. But you can start with 100 energy and you can start to predict on any game that Pooky are covering in a game week, okay? So let's say, for example, I started today and I wanted to start predicting in the Premier League for this weekend. I simply click on match day 14 of game week 54, okay? As this is the live game week. We click on it here and then it shows you all the games that are happening, okay? And you can see that I've already done my predictions for the Premier League this weekend. But if I hadn't have already done them, it would basically be showing you like the games, but then it would be saying here, predict now. So you just click on a game, can be anyone, and then you just put in what you think the score is going to be, right? And you can just put in whatever, so you don't need to spend any time researching the games or anything like that if you don't want to, or maybe you don't have the time to do it. So just put in what you think, what comes to you naturally, what you think the score is going to be, right? So when I looked at this game here, I thought Burnley are terrible, Sheffield United are terrible. They're both fairly equal teams, and they both need to get something out of it. It's probably going to be a draw. They both struggle to keep a clean sheet. They both also struggle to score more than one goal. I think they will cancel each other out, but I think that they'll both score. So I'm going to go for a 1-1 here. So we put 1-1 in, and basically, if you have a Pooky ball, it will automatically select the Pooky ball for you that you've got. But if you have several of them, you can cycle through the different Pooky balls that you've got, and you can find the Pooky ball that's right for this prediction. So what I mean by that is that this Pooky ball here that I have, this is a Pooky ball where you can basically customize your Pooky balls. So this Pooky ball, I have boosted the bonuses that it gives me when a team wins at home and when there's over 2.5 goals scored. So when there's more than 3 goals basically that have been scored, I'm going to get a 50% bonus to my scoring or my points. And then I'm also going to get a 30% bonus to when the home team win. That's not going to be the right Pooky ball here because we're thinking it's going to be a draw. It's going to be under 2.5 goals. So the 2 goals scored is under 2.5, right? So what we want to do is we want to use a Pooky ball that we have boosted and designed, because you can design them in whatever way you want to. We want to use a Pooky ball that's going to give us a bigger boost for a draw outcome and a bigger boost for under 2.5. So we use this Pokeball. We also have a sticker where stickers can be used to give you extra boosts to help you score better and differently on your Pokeballs and to score higher up in the leaderboard. We've applied a 1-1 sticker on here, which is perfect for a draw and under 2.5 ball. So we basically done that. If this ends up being 1-1, we win 272 points. If it's not 1-1, if it's like 0-0, or if it's 1-0 to any team, then we're still going to get points because we would have correctly guessed and predicted that there would be under 2.5 goals or that it might be a 0-0 draw. Okay? So with Pooky, you don't have to be 100% correct. You just need to be accurate to a certain point, right? If we don't get anything right here, if we put 1-1 and it ends up being 3-0 to Burnley, we're not going to win anything. We will not win a single point because we would have not got any part of our prediction right. So it's just about trying to get yourself in the ballpark to be accurate. Now, one of the things that we do to ensure that we can win regularly is that we don't just go on the games here and we don't just say, okay, Sheffield United, Burnley 1-1, Arsenal, it's going to be 3-0 or 4-0. That's what we think is going to happen. That's what we feel, right? Some of it is gut, intuition, but we also spend a lot of time looking at the forms of the teams. So we look at on SofaScore, we see how their forms are. We look at the odds of the games as well. And when you put all of that information together, right, we look at XGs, we look at goals conceded, we look at the forms of the teams, the forms of the players. You put all that information together where you're basically researching the game or you're scouting the game. You can then put that information together and you'll then have quite an accurate idea of what that game should probably be. And then you put that prediction in, and then what you'll find is that you'll end up winning money regularly because you have researched the games enough that you are going to get that accuracy that will get you into the top 50%. So that's essentially, let's run over 5 minutes just a little bit. That's essentially how you can play Pooky, how you can win, and how you can get good at Pooky. Approach it in whatever way you want, but research the games if you can. And then when you research the games, make sure you use the right Pokeball in the right leagues to then win. Right. I hope that helps you guys who are looking to play Pooky. And I hope that the string's been useful and valuable as well to everyone. I need to go and get some food because I'm absolutely knackered, talking for 5 hours non-stop. And you guys know I don't eat breakfast, so I'm really hungry. We need to have a little bit of a break. We're going to be back in a few hours. So join me in a few hours and we will be doing some Football Manager tonight. You also have a chance to win some more Free Tip Scout Fund coupons. So basically just join tonight. Join tonight. We'll be streaming live again on YouTube. We'll be streaming live on Twitch. We'll also be talking about Sorare. We're talking about things for the game week. So another cool stream, hopefully, guys. So thank you so much for your time. Massively appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed it. And a big thank you to everyone that tuned in as well for the first time on YouTube. You'll be seeing us plenty more on YouTube going forward. So see you in a few hours, guys. Thank you so much. And catch you a little bit later.